It's a workshop. We'll first a roll call. Sure. Melissa.
Yeah. Councilmember Claffey.
Here.
Councilmember Overton.
Here.
Councilmember Kramer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Furdock.
Here.
Mayor Slutin.
Here. All right, we'll go to the Burns Valley Development Project Workshop. Mr. Florida, to start off this.
Yeah, so this is going to be kind of in two parts. We're going to start by introducing Brian Whitmore, who's with Studio W Architects. And so the city of Clearlake, the city of Lakeport, and the county of Lake over the last, quite a few months have been working with Brian's team on developing a recreation feasibility study for the entire county. So this is the first of the presentations to the governmental agencies about this report. So you're the first to see it. And then hopefully we have some time at the end to kind of go over the draft site plan that we've been working with the Burns Valley Sports Complex Committee on. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Brian and Michael to go over the plan.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Brian Whitmore. I'm with Studio W Architects. Can you hear me okay this evening?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, we can.
I'm joined here this evening by Mike Shellito. Mike is with Shellito Training and Consulting. Mike, you want to give just a brief introduction of yourself?
Sure. I retired from the city of Roseville in 2010. The last year or so, I was serving as city manager, but prior to that, most of my career was either as the director of Parks, Recreation, Libraries, or assistant city manager, still doing Parks, Recreation, Libraries. So since retiring, I've worked with a number of jurisdictions on feasibility studies, operational analysis, strategic plans, have a lot of familiarity working with both aquatic centers and recreation centers, not only in my city with the city of Roseville, but in the agencies I've worked with subsequently.
Then I see Dennis has joined us as well from Aquatic Design Group. Dennis, you want to give a brief introduction of yourself?
Thanks, Brian. Yes, good evening. Hi, I'm Dennis Berkshire with Aquatic Design Group. Aquatic Design Group is an architectural engineering firm that specializes in public recreational water systems and facilities. We've been in practice since 1984 and have designed more than 3,500 facilities across the U.S. through 42 states and 24 countries.
Great. I'm going to share my screen here, and hopefully you folks can see this okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, cool. So we have a presentation here. Just wanted to share with you our three entities: Studio W Architects, Aquatic Design Group, and Shellito Training and Consulting are the consultants that put together this report. This is a high-level overview of the report. The report itself, at least for phase one, we have a two-part phase one and phase two component to the study. We were given the green light to move forward on phase one, which includes some of the items here I'll go through today. But we will offer that report for everybody for review following this presentation. This is the first, by the way, of three presentations that we expect to give both to you folks at the city of Clearlake, the city of Lakeport, and also Lake County. So the agenda here this evening, we're going to talk briefly about the purpose and the process that we embarked on for phase one. We've identified a number of partners that is known throughout the report as the Lake County Recreation Task Force, and then also other resources that were available. We went through some programming with that team to identify some of the needs, both for a recreational facility and an aquatics facility. Now, I will mention that there was some difference between sort of the interests on aquatics as it relates to sort of Lakeport and the rest of the county versus the city of or the area of Clearlake. And we'll talk about that in this presentation. We did some very high level capital cost estimates and also cost recovery trends. We looked at various management structures, how a recreation center or aquatic center of this kind might be managed, funding opportunities that exist, and project location opportunities that exist, and we'll talk about next steps. So the purpose of the phase 1 study was really to explore the feasibility of a recreation and or aquatic center in Lake County. Identify the marketability of the facility, that is its need, identify programmatic features such as to identify its capital costs and potential cost recovery, and then identifying management structure, funding, and location opportunities. The process began on March 24th. We held regular meetings with a large contingent of what we're considering that Lake County Recreation Task Force. We facilitated site tours on April 13th. So we toured multiple sites, both in Clearlake and in Lakeport, so throughout the county. We scheduled presentations tonight, and we have subsequent presentations for the city of Lakeport on August 3rd and August 10th for the county of Lake. These were the partners that were identified, and actually the task force had done a pretty good job of putting these folks together even prior to when we got selected. So from a local government agency standpoint, we have Lake County, City of Lakeport, City of Clearlake, and Lake County Office of Education. The school districts included Lakeport Unified School District, Canocti Unified School District, Upper Lake Unified, Mendocino College, and Woodland Community College. Now, some of these folks were very active in the process and offered a lot of information. Some of these folks were simply on the email list and were provided information as we went through the process. But certainly these could be considered partners, especially when we start to look at funding opportunities and other mechanisms of joint use or other capacities we move forward. Some of the local community organizations that were identified include First Five of Lake County, Lake Family Resource Center, the Lake County Channel Cats. This is sort of the local aquatics team. Hope Rising, the West Side Park Committee, which is the committee focused on the West Side Park area of Lakeport, Redwood Community Services. We also identified healthcare providers. We see a lot of healthcare organizations becoming involved with recreation aquatics facilities across the state. And you have a number of them here locally: Sutter Health, Adventist Health, and also Tribal Health. And one of the things that we identified, although they weren't involved at the task force level, were some of the additional resources that could be lent from some of the tribes that are identified here. And so we tried to identify all of the local tribes that have at least some hand in the Lake County region. Part of the process that we went through was trying to identify a program, really identify what were the needs when you start to identify recreational uses and also aquatic uses across the county. And this spreadsheet identifies, at least for the recreational center, some of the items that came up. So some sort of large multi-use indoor court type of facility. So for basketball and volleyball, it would probably have maybe an 84 by 50 main court, cross courts, those sorts of things. Racquetball courts, cardio and weights area, some sort of training rooms, either for yoga, other sort of specialized classes, those kinds of things. Perhaps a game area, billiards, other sorts of smaller games, those kinds of things, card room, other elements that bring folks from a variety of different age groups to a recreational center. Obviously, we have a lot of support types of spaces, restroom facilities, entry reception, locker room type of facilities, custodial storage, equipment and circulation. And so generally speaking, we looked at sort of, if we identify gross areas for these kinds of things, how big of a facility might we be looking at? And so what this dictates is right around a 15,000 square foot facility, which is not insignificant in size, but it's certainly not large by comparison to some of the examples that we'll share with you a little later in this presentation. Likewise, from the standpoint of aquatics, and I'll give Dennis an opportunity to jump in here, but I'll just go through a brief recap. We identified a variety of different aquatic opportunities and pool configurations. We identified 4 different options. Those options have varying requirements when it comes to both the bathhouse and support building. So obviously, the larger the pool facility, the larger the support facilities that go along with that, as well as the pool deck area. This was option 1. This is a 4,800 an 80 square foot pool featuring a 75 foot long by 40 foot wide, 45 foot wide lap area with a teaching peninsula. The city of Patterson is a good example of a pool of this kind. And this was one of the options that was looked at when we looked at sort of the area need necessary for a pool, pool deck, and bathhouse in support of this kind of pool. By comparison, option 2 was around a 5,700 square foot pool featuring a 75 long by 75 foot wide lap area for 10 25-yard lanes. Yuba City, Gauche Park in Yuba City was the example, the case study that we used featuring this pool. In each one of these cases, I'll mention as well, Aquatic Design Group also put together cost information is related to maintaining and operating these pools, not just capital costs, and that's part of the report that we put together also. Option 3 is a 5,800 square foot, 78 foot long by 45 foot wide lap area for a 9-lane, essentially a 9 25-yard lane with 6 feet of deep water for various other forms of competition. This was the largest of the options and consequently, obviously, the largest in terms of pool deck area and supporting area. This facility is currently designed as part of North Natomas Community Center and Aquatics Complex. This is in Sacramento. And this was a project that started actually as a feasibility study back in 2014 that's currently under construction. So it gives you a good idea of just how many years in the process there that it took from sort of where we're at today to where they were able to build a community center and aquatic center. And then finally, a fourth option, a 3,500 square foot pool featuring a 75 foot long by 45 foot wide lap area for 6 25-yard lanes. This was the smallest of the configurations and therefore the smallest in terms of its area need. We also identified a spray ground. There was some desire of the ability that in an aquatics program somewhere in Lake County to have not only just a single body of water, but perhaps a second body of water that would allow for playtime activities and activities for smaller children that aren't yet ready to swim. So all of these options include a 2,000 square foot playground, so essentially 50 by 40 wide. Parking is largely dictated by the size of the pool and the size of the deck area. Obviously, in a rec center configuration, parking would be dictated solely by the rec center, but we did identify the needs for parking. And so based on sort of these very high level programmatic needs, we looked at dollar per square foot costs, so costs ranging from the rec center at probably somewhere around $500 a square foot, to the pool, the spray ground, the bathhouse, pool deck area, the parking area, the site pool equipment, and site infrastructure. These costs range from anywhere from about 14 to maybe 15 or $16 million in construction. We did add contingency, we did add escalation for a number of years, trying to be conservative, and then soft costs at around 25%. So what you see here is that, all of the needs that were sort of identified through this study add up to somewhere around 21 to $22 million, depending on the options and the configurations that you look at. And then just by comparison, and really for the purposes of the city of Clearlake, because there wasn't maybe as much of a desire for an aquatics program in the Clearlake area, just looking at the potential of a recreation center with its own parking and site infrastructure, probably closer to the $8 to $9 million in construction, $12 million in total project costs with soft costs there as well. Cost recovery trends. This was something that Mike Shelito put together based on understanding of similar facility operation. What we did was we looked at a number of different facilities. Most of these facilities are larger in size than what was identified there. You can see Roseville Sports Center there is probably the closest at 23,000 square feet. Mill Valley Community Center and indoor pool. Some of these are simply rec centers. Some of them include rec centers and pool facilities. But what you see there is a range of cost recovery. The CV Star Community Center and indoor pool being probably the worst in terms of cost recovery at about 37%. And then the Incline Village Recreation Center and indoor pool there in Nevada on the north side of Lake Tahoe being one of the best at 102%. But what you see here is funding subsidy, and this is an annualized funding subsidy of anywhere from, $100,000, actually $27,000 in Incline's case, to somewhere over $1 million for CV Star. What we would expect maybe with a smaller facility, and an average, maybe 78% is the average here of these areas identified, or these buildings identified. Maybe you're looking at a couple $100,000 each year in subsidy in terms of cost recovery. And so that is really what sort of revenue are you generating in terms of sales of tickets, other kinds of entry fees, that sort of thing, other types of special events, and then what sort of actual revenue are you generating in terms of maintenance, operation, et cetera. Mike, do you want to add anything here?
No, I think in trying to benchmark what rec centers and or pools for this thing, we looked at not only size, but the scope of the work. So the fitness, the components that Brian went over in terms of the program for the building are pretty similar. In some cases, because of buildings at 35,000 square feet or 30,000, they have other amenities or facilities. Agora Hills has some multi-purpose room, banquet rooms that are part of that center. Mill Valley also has some community center meeting rooms that are bigger. Agora Hills has a climbing wall. Roseville Sports Center has a climbing wall. But generally speaking, the program for the buildings that we used in the benchmark were similar.
So then we start to look at management structures. Actually, after we start to identify what's the potential of need, what are we looking at in terms of potential of cost and cost recovery? We were asked to take a look at, how might Lake County and or various partners within Lake County manage a facility of this kind. And we identified 4 different options. Hopefully some of these you're familiar with. Mike, maybe if you want to jump in and talk briefly about just joint development and use agreement versus joint powers authority, and then I'll switch to the other.
Sure. The first being one I'm obviously most familiar with is the Roseville Aquatic Center. The pool that you see in the picture is built on a 200-acre park that sits immediately adjacent to a high school in Roseville, one of the high schools in Roseville. In this case, the school district contributed over $1 million towards the construction of the pool, as well as some other joint use facilities in the park site, so lighted ball fields and some things. The city of Roseville has a long history of joint use facilities with all 4 different school districts, in this case, the high school district. And the part of the agreement provided for ongoing funding operations from the school district to fund the operation of the pool. And that's fairly normal. In this case, it's Roseville, but there's a number of other examples where joint use parks and pools are built together. And in some cases, normally the lead is where the property, where the pool is built on, and then the other party, the other joint use party, contributes both to construction and ongoing operation. I worked with the Agora Hills Calabasas Community Center, which was pretty unique. It was a joint powers authority between the cities of Calabasas and the city of Agora Hills. They got some money, they got some land from the LA County, and then did some other fundraising and contributions between both of those agencies. It's run by the JPA, which is its own entity, although both the cities of Calabasas and the city of Agora Hills creates an annual contribution to offset the operating costs of the facility. This facility does really well in terms of in a normal non-COVID year, but in a regular year, they do a really good job of really being pretty close to 100% cost recovery. It's a bigger facility, but it's extremely well utilized in those 2 jurisdictions. But the JPA was the model by which it was both funded for development and continues to be funded by JPA. The JPA board is made up of a couple of council members from each of the respective cities, as well as other citizens at large that might be from the Park and Recreation Commission, and then citizens at large that manage the JPA. I think the city of, I don't want to get this wrong, one of the cities is responsible for doing payroll, but then the funding comes from the JPA itself. The other model, CV Star Community Center, I worked with this jurisdiction actually to do operational analysis to try to improve their overall utilization and cost recovery. This is really a pretty spectacular facility that came from some both private donations and from a foundation that allowed it to be built. It was, I think, probably about $40 million. So it's a pretty expansive facilities, but it's run by the Mendocino Coast Recreation and Park District, which is a relatively small agency up by Fort Bragg. And what they realized early on, once it was opened, that they really couldn't cover a lot of their operating costs. So the city of Fort Bragg entered into an agreement with the Mendocino Coast Recreation Park District and then passed a tax override measure to provide the ongoing subsidy for this operation, because it really wasn't covering its operating costs. So you see that's, although it has the largest subsidy, if you will, in terms of operating costs, that's actually funded via the tax measure that was used to offset the operating cost. The last is the Special District for Recreation. We were asked to look at that. So we looked at the Truckee Donner Park and Recreation District up out of Truckee, and they built a fairly large recreation center, and then just 2 years ago opened a large indoor pool complex. And that was funded by the funding from the local recreation and park district that they have, as well as they got some other monies from, the airport district and a couple other areas. It generally does really well in terms of cost recovery. The facilities, this one has a large gym, has a couple of meeting rooms, fitness facilities, childcare, those kind of things that we, similar to what we're talking about, but a little larger scale. But the park district is a separate entity. So the Truckee Donner Recreation Park District overlays the town of Truckee, which is its own municipality. And it also overlays some of the other areas like Tahoe Donner Homeowner Association, which is a homeowner association, about 25,000 residents. So it's an overlapping use. So the customers come from, multiple jurisdictions. The town of Truckee didn't really put any money into it. They tried to do a bond measure to build a pool, but narrowly didn't pass. But then they did have the funding to go ahead and build it. It's a very popular facility, although like everybody else this year has been slowly reopening with COVID, right? So they're getting back up to speed. So that kind of outlines the basic management structures from joint use, as well as one of the things we looked at, if there was a special district, overlaying the three respective communities in the Lake Port, Clearlake, Lake County area, and then, or just traditional joint use.
So additionally, one of the things that we looked at was funding opportunities. And so we surveyed, at least amongst many of the task force members, sort of what existed out there currently or what was reasonably available versus other future potential sources. And I will say this is one of the things that is not well defined at this point. There really isn't a clear definition of how much funding, where funding might come from for a facility of this kind. Hence the reason we've talked about management structures, trying to bring multiple entities together to sort of leverage their own respective funding pots to be able to make that more palatable and more feasible. For example, when we talk about the North Natomas Aquatics Facility Center that started that feasibility back in 2014, much of that funding was really the city, and one city council member in particular that represented that district. The city of Sacramento is represented by various districts, really saying, making that a priority, obligating the rest of the city for general funds, looking at special taxes that were identified for the purposes of parks and recreation in the District 1 region, and then partnering with some of the large business owners, privately funded business owners, healthcare providers, as well as the local school district and their local bond in order to bring enough facilities together, roughly about $40 million in capital funding, and then an additional probably somewhere around $500,000 annually in terms of subsidy to facilitate that piece. So some of the entities that we identified here in terms of funding include obviously general funds, and all entities, the city of Clearlake, the city of Lakeport, and certainly Lake County have those available. Lake County has Quimby. There are state grants available both at Lake County and at local school district level. Certainly the local school districts are probably looking at, in cases where they have had bonds pass and they have leveraged some of that money locally, looking at Prop 51 or even new proposition. We're anticipating another state bond in 2022 that may have some funds coming back to them, and there may be additional funds there having leveraged off their local funds. Neighboring housing redevelopment funds, I understand there's some potential there with the city of Clearlake, the school district bonds, the local bonds, which I mentioned, and we understand there was some prioritization, particularly at Lakeport, about what they spent their money on, what the promise was perhaps to spend money on as it related to, in particular, an aquatic center, but based on the prioritization of projects and perhaps even the expense of projects at that time, that priority really fell off the map. So there's a little bit of funds there, but not much when it relates to Lakeport, a little bit at Canocti Unified School District as well. Remaining Rescue Act funds at Canocti, and then property and asset sale potential as it relates to Lakeport. Other potential sources include tax assessments that may not be as yet defined, or some sort of tax assessment that may want to be looked at in the future for the purpose of funding such as a project as this. Development funding or additional development agreements with future developments, in particular homeowner developments. State bond funding, Proposition 68. Federal funding, the American Recovery Act, there is funds there, although they are generally limited and very competitive in terms of the way that they're being doled out. The Joint Powers Agreement funding we talked about previously, land deed, one-time funding, and was even suggested by Lake County about the potential of some of the cannabis industry, which seems to have a firm foothold in the region. Project location opportunities. So as I mentioned back in April, we did tour several different sites. Some of the selection criteria I've identified here, I think is very important. It's very important as you folks in particular think about City of Clearlake and the opportunity that you have with your Burns Valley Park development site. And that is the proximity and or synergies that exist with other like types of facilities. So the proximity to other community park amenities, athletic fields, baseball, soccer, hard courts, other kinds of things that go hand in hand with a recreation type of facility. So they're being nearby, the potential for shared parking amongst some of those facilities. So on special events or other kinds of functions there, you're not building, say, independent parking areas, you're building joint use parking that could be shared and could be used separately depending on the time of year or the time of day of a particular event. Co-location of libraries, other centers, senior centers, schools, and also pools with recreation centers combined. That these have a lot of synergies together. They bring together certainly a lot of different age groups, the potential for childcare, the potential for senior citizen involvement, those kinds of things we feel like are very important. And then the placemaking principles that you kind of see here off to the right, social, emotional types of things, comfort, access, obviously. We did look at things like arterial streets and access to major thoroughfares, public transit, other kinds of things. I'm not going to go into too much detail about some of the properties in the city of Lakeport. We'll talk a little bit about the Burns Valley Park development, and I understand you're going to have a presentation after this about sort of the master plan that's evolving from that. But there were a number of facilities in the Lakeport area, the West Shore Swimming Pool, which is part of the existing high school there in Lakeport, which unfortunately now is not in operation. There's really not a lot to save there. But certainly it has some synergies when it comes to the pool that exists in the parking and also the high school that's there. It doesn't have real good access to major thoroughfares. It's a little bit off the beaten path. There is some additional land that the district owns, but it's generally very hard to access. In fact, access compliance is one of the first things that you recognize when you look at that site. The Quail Run Fitness Center is kind of an intriguing opportunity for the city of Lakeport. That's a pre-existing recreation and pool facility that has some potential for sale. It would be an opportunity for renovation, so it would be a ground up sort of scenario. And obviously there'd be significant cost savings, at least capital cost initially, to leverage that facility in terms of its structure, its shell, if you will, and then build out what's necessary to sort of support the needs that we would identify within the county. The pool itself is probably not the correct size. We probably increase the size of the pool deck, and some of those amenities. But it is very proximate to the West Side Park. In fact, it's just across the street there, and there could be some both pedestrian and other access opportunities that exist between the two. It's also very coincident with the major thoroughfare there, the highway, one of the major intersections to the highway. And so it gives a lot of access, obviously, to the county area. And then finally, the West Side Community Park area, as part of the Phase 2 master plan, lends itself an opportunity to develop a new built recreation and or aquatic center at that location. But for you guys, the Burns Valley Park development is really the location that we looked at. And so we identified some of the pros and cons, and part of, I believe, what city manager is going to share with you here in a moment is some of even the recommendations our team made about how to orchestrate perhaps even some of the conceptual design there. So some of the pros that we identified, obviously it's already a park designated as a park area. Many synergies exist with both the potential for future parking, utilities, and athletics fields, which are already being planned. Neighboring library, which I think is a fantastic synergy between recreational center and the rest of the athletics pieces that are there, and also the senior center, which is just up the street. Close proximity to sort of the Olympic Drive area there, running east-west. And so you kind of have, again, better access to facilities, even things like local restaurants and other types of amenities that can help serve some of these special events and other things that go along with a rec center, and even the potential for a pool. Some of the cons, of course, is it is a ground up build. So you're talking about bringing full level of utilities to the site. Some of the costs that are identified there, I know some people probably get some sticker shock. We are still in a very escalating market when it comes to construction across the state. And so it's more than likely that we're going to see, those prices continue to increase. And so those are probably the only cons in addressing, say, a ground up site versus a renovation opportunity like Quail Run. So as sort of a summary and next steps, some of the recommendations moving forward. One of the things that we would recommend as part of really the second phase, we identified it briefly in the first phase report, but is facilitating a strategic market analysis. So perhaps utilizing surveys conducted via social media. You have a lot of social media outlets. As part of the report, we identified some of the key questions that should be asked, and how maybe perhaps some of that social media surveying might be operated. We got a lot of feedback from the folks on the Lake County Recreation Task Force, a lot of the members that were identified and the partners there. While that may be strong, that doesn't necessarily identify the core need, and there may be other needs or other pieces that are identified. And so I think that's very important as you think about the potential of partnering perhaps with other folks, or even building a recreation type of facility on your own, of just what sort of market analysis exists, and what sort of programmatic needs are they really looking to have there. What we show is really kind of a blended group of priorities as a result of sort of across the county. Narrowing down the location, not so much in your case the location, but the funding opportunities. How would you fund such a program, both from a capital cost standpoint and an ongoing operational and maintenance standpoint, the cost recovery examples that we showed you earlier. And then really our phase 2 component to the report would enable you to then do some actual conceptual layouts. So if it is Burns Valley and there is an identification of land there identified as part of that master plan, what might that program really hold? Or what sort of conceptual design might emerge from that? That then we use to put together a more professional cost estimation and operational analysis, and then be able to finalize that report so that you really have a target there in terms of what you're looking to fund and how much funding that would occur. At that point, perhaps you might look at solidifying joint use opportunities, other sorts of things don't really see is that the special district is perhaps something that might come to fruition, but perhaps it is, like was identified at Truckee Donner. But more than likely some sort of either joint powers agreement, joint use type of agreement, or even joint development amongst yourselves, the local school districts, and some of the other private entities that were identified, local nonprofit entities that were identified here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over for those that might have question and answer. In fact, I'll take this off of there, so hopefully you can see us a little bit better. But happy to answer any questions you might have at this point regarding the phase 1 portion of the study.
You didn't identify anything in the South County, Middletown, and Kelseyville between Lakeport and Clearlake. Why is that?
That's a good question. Really as part of the discovery, that was an area that really wasn't something that I think people felt was either high need or perhaps something that neither one of the cities has sort of taken on. Lake County, I think while they're sort of orchestrating a lot of this, I don't see them as maybe perhaps being a huge dollar partner in the process. And so when you start to look outside of sort of the city areas proper, city of Lakeport, city of Clearlake, it becomes more challenging trying to figure out, who becomes the lead agency and how do you really fund that. Definitely there's need, I'll say, coming from that region. You have the school district in that region, you have other elements, but certainly from a less populated area, you're talking about something or maybe even two centers, one in Lakeport, one in Clearlake, that really drive folks from that South County area, into the more populated centers of either Lakeport or the city of Clearlake.
Do you think it can be funded through a lighting and landscaping kind of district?
Mike, you want to jump in?
I think there are, the short answer is, can it? Yes. I think it has to do with how much undeveloped land use currently exists in either of the jurisdictions. Probably the more common method today versus lighting landscape is like a community facility district for service that can be used to fund capital. But typically creating that assessment is usually typically on new properties. Otherwise, you can do it. You can establish a community facility district, but if it's on existing residential property, it would require voter approval. So it's possible that you could do that. But, so somebody might, if you're going to go to voter approval for something like that, that would be certainly one right answer. Establishing a overlaying community facility district for service or capital to do that. Similarly, you could, a jurisdiction could do a bond measure that either on your own or in concert with the other jurisdictions that you might be partnering with, or like the Fort Bragg and the city or Mendocino Coast did a tax measure. So all of those then require voter approval. Established before any homes get built is going to require the homeowners to approve that. Hopefully I answered that question.
How did you get involved in Fort Bragg? Because my understanding it was not being used for quite a period of time.
I got a call from both the city of Fort Bragg and the general manager of the Mendocino Coast Recreation Park District looking for some help in evaluating how they could operate their center and pool more cost effectively, improve the overall cost recovery and utilization. But it was early on, it was involving both the city of Fort Bragg, which was contributing a substantial amount of money every year to offset the operating costs. So I ended up giving recommendations to two agencies in the final recommendations. This was really more of an operational analysis. Didn't have anything to do with building it.
Any other question?
Well, we all know that Lakeport School District tried this, and it really turned out into a big disaster, both funding and this. So I think we might have some hesitation on this kind of issue.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that was something that was brought to our attention pretty quickly, and it's not uncommon. School districts passing bonds, identifying in a master plan or in a needs assessment that they have, sometimes 3, 4, 5 times the amount of need than they have, bonding capacity. One of the things I will offer is that, a number of school districts last year, every 2 years, in effect, we have an opportunity for local school districts to pursue general obligation bonds. And so the last year was 2020, the next year will be 2022. Interestingly enough, in March of 2020, bonds did not go that well throughout the state. And that was actually prior to COVID. The primaries were in March. They were in early March, so really kind of before everybody had a sense of what the pandemic was going to do. We had some, talk of kind of this outlying virus, and there was some, if you recall, some challenges to the stock market at the time. And I think the general sentiment across the state of California was that folks didn't want to pass local bonds for school districts. Fast forward to November of 2020, and we had, at least for those school districts that went after bonds, nearly a record in terms of the pass rate. And one of the reasons we believe that occurred was because of the fact that, schools were considered essential. And we had folks, depending on no matter what really the economy was doing, really saying we need to support local school districts and we need to pass dollars for them, whether it be for facilities or for other sorts of programs. So I think we're going to see a lot of school districts try and pursue bonds in 2022. And I think there's an opportunity certainly for cities like yourself and others to reach out and say, is there a possibility, Canocti, Lakeport, et cetera, to reconsider that and to also consider the need for something like this. It could be a true joint use opportunity. Natomas Unified School District in Sacramento did that effectively. They contributed, I think, around $2.5 million now to that North Natomas project that we featured earlier. And, it really obviously goes back to the sentiment and the politics in your particular region. But it's interesting how sort of these things ebb and flow. And so the next opportunity could be an opportunity in 2022. Sounds like City of Clearlake and your relationship with your local school district is a bit better than perhaps what happened with Lakeport. But definitely that's an opportunity to leverage when it comes to funds. School districts can be one of the bigger users, certainly an aquatics facility, if not a recreational facility. However, there is a requirement to go through DSA when it comes to the approval process. And sometimes that DSA Field Act compliance can escalate the cost of a project pretty rapidly. Mike has some experience in that in the city of Roseville with the joint use.
State architect. Oh,
so, yeah. Anyways.
So, I mean, some of this, I figured that we would talk about when we look at the site plan, but, this whole process really started because of the situation that we're talking about in Lakeport and the fact that they were promised a pool and they don't have one. And then we got involved because some of the things that we were looking at. And I think the timing's really good. While we weren't involved from the beginning, we're probably in a position to see this sooner than what's going to happen in Lakeport because of the sports complex. And the way we had initially looked at design, the focus, of course, was on the baseball fields and then being able to add soccer. And we had kind of set a little piece off to the side to maybe do a rec center at some point in the future. But and going through this process and talking with our school superintendent and some other organizations, I really feel like that there's interest and probably available funding there for us to do this sooner than expected. And So we redid the design, which we'll talk about here in a minute, to make a recreation center as part of this whole project and a central part of it. And so, you know, it is a big pot of money. I mean, we don't really have room at the Burns Valley location to even consider putting a pool in there. Our school district doesn't see as much of a need for that. They want to have after school programs for kids. And they think, you know, this type of a rec center would fulfill that need for a significant period of time. And so our thought is to let Lakeport focus on a pool if that's what they want to do. We do our sports complex and rec center now. And, you know, if the community decides that we really need a pool here, that's something that we could do kind of as a next phase project somewhere else within the city. So really what we want from the council tonight is, you know, that you kind of like the direction this is going and that you're supportive of moving into phase 2. I mean, I think the timing of what Brian's talking about will work perfectly with the master planning process that we're in the middle of for the whole complex right now. And these guys are, you know, experts in the rec center piece, and maybe, you know, they can handle that portion of the project while we, you know, will obviously be engaged, but, you know, kind of our design team's focus will be on the sports complex, which, you know, we want to make sure and get that done, you know, as soon as possible. So, you know, the 3 entities, the 2 cities and the county, supported the phase 1 portion of the project financially. We haven't come up with a plan at this point on the second phase. I'm sure that we would need to put some funding in, but we had also planned to ask the larger group of partners to participate financially in the phase 2 if the 3 jurisdictions supported moving in that direction.
But to be clear, the baseball field, soccer field portion of it is a project that we're going to go forward with. The rec center is something that sounds good, and we definitely want to look for. So your group would take care of the rec center, Brian?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking, right? I mean, it's important when we do the complex to make sure we have the spot for the rec center in there. But I think, and you know, I really think that we will end up being pretty close to having the funding to be able to make it happen. But from my perspective, phase 1 is the ball fields.
Right.
And as long as we have the spot there, we could always bring that up, you know, a little bit later as we put all the pieces together.
Obviously, it takes a lot of years to actually put it all together and all the money together, so.
Well, but we don't like taking a lot of years.
It's still gonna take several years no matter how you look
Yeah.
at it. So, I mean, I'm all for the recreation center. I think it's something that's, is needed in that area. So I think it's a great idea to put it all together. So.
Yeah, I concur. And I think this community's been asking for a pool for a long time.
Since they built that center, the community center was supposed to be aquatic. So.
Right. But just to finish, I'd like to see us go forward, at least with the planning phase and setting some room aside for it.
For the rec center.
For the rec center.
Yes, that's what I'd agree with.
Move forward with phase 1 and plan for phase 2.
And just to be clear, you said we're close on funding. That's without a bond or any type of assessment, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's helping us out, and you know, maybe we should just start kind of transitioning into talking about the site plan a little bit. But because of all the kind of mixed use nature of the Burns Valley project in general, you know, it provides us the opportunity to leverage a lot of other funds. But yeah, I feel like that really we're not going to be too far off on being able to fund the whole complex and the rec center.
Okay.
You're going to pull the.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull this up. And let me zoom out slightly. just to give you all some context. So we have Olympic Drive down here on the bottom, Burns Valley Road here that comes around to the north. This is the Safeway complex. So, this is a 31-acre property that the city purchased in December. And there's, I mentioned mixed use. There's several components. I need to move to this. I'm going to start over here with this section, which is will be for new public works yard. This is a public works yard shop. In addition, there's some space here for the police department for evidence storage and vehicle processing, which is needed in certain crimes. And so this area would be fenced and lighted. Storage back here for vehicles that are towed and so forth, material storage, equipment storage, all that. And so there would be a new roadway installed on this 100-foot property that's between the PG&E Public Works or Corporation Yard and the Burns Valley Mall complex. So this would include a roadway into the site, some parking, and then this is the location of the Mudslingers kiosk where the council approved that that coffee building. So we have a lease agreement in place for them, which should be kind of a nice amenity to sort of be part of the park.
So the corporation yard gets funded differently. Right?
Yeah, so that's a different pot of funding. So the plan is we're working on the design of the plan is to do this section here into the site, this section of roadway, the fencing, the site lighting, and all the utilities for the complex this year yet. And as long as Mr. Schwartz, there's no reason that's not going to happen, right, Dave?
No, I can't.
Yeah. And then the rest of this project would start at sometime next year, along with the housing component, which I'll talk about. So the rest of the site, I'll just kind of start from. Well, I keep getting my Zoom things and dragging them around instead of the. So we'll just start here on the west and work back to the east. So this is a soccer field. This is depressed with a little berm around here to keep balls from flying out into the street as much as possible. We do have a lot of room, and we worked with our partners with the soccer league and so forth. And I won't take the time to pull it up now, but there's the ability to have as many as 8 to 10 different games going in this area, depending on the size of the fields. And they're really comfortable with the size that we have here. We are hopeful at some point in the future we'd be able to expand the soccer amenities into another nearby area. But so we have a large parking area here, drop-off zones and whatnot. There's area for tour buses for our little league and soccer tournaments to be able to drop folks off. This is very rough, but this is a general location of where we'd expect the rec center to be located. We haven't really focused much on design, but the 15,000 square foot footprint, and then additional space here. The idea is to combine and allow bathrooms for the complex to be accessible from the outside, so that if nothing was happening in the rec center, there's still some games going on outside. It's just a way to be able to cut the costs for developing the site. And then, so we have 2 of the smaller fields here, and then the large baseball field over in this area. We have additional parking here and here. What you see here is a lot of extra space that we haven't detailed out yet. Some of this would be designated for a t-ball field for the little guys. And then there's plenty of room. We intend to have playground equipment, and some other amenities. So, you know, when the family's there, everyone has something to keep them entertained. These designs include, you know, announcers booths, batting cages, bleachers, plenty of warm up area. And then of course a road all the way through the site here. And then the housing development, which is in the process up here, which is 80 units of mixed income family housing. What we've been able to do partnering with them is funding. This is about a $50 million project, and their funding we've connected directly into the sports complex. And so some of the funding that they're going to be pulling down, we'll be able to use actually for installing all this infrastructure at the site, which is going to help, you know, keep the costs, you know, the other funding sources that we need down, which is going to be really nice. So that's kind of the super quick overview, and try to address any questions that the council has about the plan.
I want to thank the ladies from Little League and where's your other soccer guy?
He's not here.
Oh, thanks for
I might want to see
helping
if
with us.
any of these folks have any comments.
Yeah, you guys have any comments, please? Raise your voice.
That's what we worked for 6 years to get our T-ball field, me and Helen, and so not.
These fields would all be lighted, by the way.
We appreciate that.
So, do. Oh, look up
For
for
kids that will be able to have characters here instead of traveling to go to the tournament play. That's a huge difference.
So when it's not baseball season, can these be used for other sports?
I don't know why not. I mean, I know.
We're gonna be playing all year round.
Yeah, if there are options like this, like I would like to have our kids have a better chance of being more competitive when we travel. Therefore, if we need to have baseball, we'll do.
Regular season and then.
But if there
That
was
was
an
so
end to the baseball season, the outfields could be used for like the 5-year-old soccer games could be set up in the outfields, yes. But
We have a lot of parents that drive them
obviously,
down
there's a lot.
to soccer.
No, yeah, I agree.
I understand the importance of baseball, but not everybody wants to play one sport.
Well, that's why we
Well,
have the whole
they-
soccer.
They were clear on the soccer that the way it's configured, correct me if I'm
No,
wrong,
that
would
was, yeah,
cover
Lamar
everything.
is the president of the soccer league.
He's looking forward to bringing it here to Clear Lake instead of
That's-
having to travel to Middleton.
That's plenty. That's what they've got pretty much when they're using the facilities in Middleton. So
I've been here for 35 plus years. I played soccer and baseball all the way through high school. I played on these same fields we play on right now with baseball, and I did the same thing as a kid traveling to Middletown. So I definitely, and I have 3 sons like me. So I totally understand we need to have more stuff in town. So I'm totally not against ever letting anybody help use the field.
Well, anybody else with comments from the audience here? Awesome. All
Are they-
right, anybody else?
Yeah, I had a question. Are these designs final? Are we gonna do a public hearing at some point?
Well, I guess that's up to the council. I mean, we normally don't do a public hearing on the designs. I should take that back. We plan to apply for a state parks grant for a portion of this project, which is due, I think, in November of this year. So we have an agreement with the same grant writing team that we worked with for the Highlands Park project, which we still don't know is funded or not yet. But that the requirements of that grant will include a number of public meetings like we had for Highlands Park, as a requirement. So we've been working, trying to get all this stuff sort of sorted out, and we've been, using our city engineer and his team so that we can start on the main infrastructure and the public works piece of it. We will be using a landscape architect as part of the grant process to further refine some of these points of the plan. Like I mentioned, the T-ball thing and the playground equipment, some of those other site amenities. If Dave had his way, everything would be concrete and asphalt. So we need to bring someone else in to help us with that.
So there will be,
Paint the asphalt.
So there will be a number of opportunities for the public to review and provide input on the plan, yes.
so there will be a planning commission item.
Normally, we don't do a planning commission item for
Okay.
that, but I mean, we could if you would like us to.
I think there's more people coming out when you have something noticed like that.
Well, like the public meeting that we're doing for the Highlands Park. we're gonna cover a lot.
I mean, what the council directed was creating this committee to work
Right.
with, which is what we've been doing. But, I know that there's a lot of interest in this project and we
Yeah,
need some
whatever.
ways to bring in some more. input.
Whatever
So,
you think
Yeah.
is the right way to do it.
Council can give us additional direction on how you want us to do that.
All right.
I do think that we should have an opportunity for folks outside of the committee to weigh in. The other question I had was around the soccer field. I know I had brought this up, but I don't know if it was discussed in the committee, a grass field versus a turf field, and if that was considered.
Currently, we're planning turf on the soccer field.
You are? Okay, excellent.
Yes.
All right, that,
All right.
Even though cancer is proven to cause a high rate of cancer in soccer.
I think the workshop is over and we have
Take
a
a couple minute break.
couple of minute break to get our council meeting going. So.
Test.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Father in heaven, we ask that you would join with us tonight, that your spirit would lead and guide us to do the good business for this city. That we may be able to better serve our community and the guests who come to visit us. Father, we ask a special blessing to be on the staff and families who live here. They may be prosperous and have safety in their travels. Father, we ask for this all in your Son's holy name. Amen.
Right. Go to item D, the adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mr. Mayor.
Make a motion to adopt the agenda as submitted.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Purdock and a second by Mr. Kramer. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we go to presentations. Number 2, presentations of July adoptable dogs.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Unfortunately, tonight, we have dogs available. We did not have staffing to bring one in for the meeting tonight. However, I'm gonna go over the stats real quick. So far this year, we've taken 194 dogs into the shelter. 192 have left the shelter. 104 have gone to rescue. 60 have been returned to the owners. 21 have been adopted. 6 have been euthanized. And we have the one still on here that escaped. So our live release rate is still pretty good. We're down a tiny bit, but we're at 96.9%. So we're still doing really good, and hopefully we'll keep that up for the rest of the year.
You say something about an escape?
Yeah, that one's been on there for a couple months, but yeah, we had one a while back. He was able to get out of his cage inside the new building. And then when he got out, he found a window that was a couple inches open. He pushed the window up. Then he pushed the screen off, went out the door, and where he went out is a fenced in area that has the building on one side and then has that probably 8-foot fence on the other side. And he dug a hole and then came out on Airport Road and disappeared.
Industrious dog.
We got him back later, but I think
I think he had
later,
help.
But
Yeah.
but he wanted some freedom for a little bit.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll go to number 3, presentation of the regional transportation plan. Mr. Alford, who is doing that today?
Is Miss Bates going to be presenting? Okay. Lisa?
Hear us? Hello.
There she
Hi,
is.
Lisa.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, let us start our video, sorry.
Yes, we can hear
Getting
you.
late. We're getting rummy.
Okay, great.
Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
John Speaka, and this is Lisa David Bates. We're with the Lake Area Planning Council, the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for this region, of which your council members, Purdock and Kramer, are on our board. We just want to give a quick presentation of our upcoming regional transportation plan. We're still seeking public input, and we have a social pinpoint website that has a bunch of interactive activities that you can leave comments and such on. But we're going to give a short presentation. It's about 8 minutes long, and it will explain what the regional transportation plan is and how you can provide feedback. Let me see. Do we have access to, or do we have permission to share here?
You should.
Okay, so here is the presentation. Welcome to a brief presentation of the 20. I want to make sure. Hold on, I just want to make sure you could hear that. Can everyone hear that? 22 Regional Transportation Plan and Active Transportation Plan Update. Both plans are being prepared by the Lake Area Planning Council, which serves as the regional transportation planning agency for the Lake County region. The Lake APC board is made up of 2 county supervisors from the County of Lake and 2 city council members from each of its 2 incorporated cities, the city of Lakeport and the city of Clearlake. 2 at-large members are also appointed to serve as directors, rounding out the board's 8-person makeup. The primary advisory bodies for the Lake APC include the Technical Advisory Committee, which consists of public works and community development officials from each of the 3 jurisdictions, as well as representatives from the California Highway Patrol, the Lake Transit Authority, and the Caltrans District 1 office. The second important advisory body to the Area Planning Council is the Social Services Transportation Advisory Council. This group advises on matters involving transit-dependent individuals within the region, including the elderly, disabled, and persons of limited means. Additional duties of the Lake Area Planning Council include the administration of the Call Box program, otherwise known as the Lake Service Authority for Freeway Emergencies. And finally, Lake APC council members also serve a separate role as the board for the Lake Transit Authority. The primary function of the Lake APC is to allocate federal and state transportation funds to projects within the Lake County region. Funding is derived from a variety of state and federal programs, each having separate goals, addressing public needs ranging from road safety to greenhouse gas emissions reduction to the promotion of healthy lifestyles through active forms of transportation like walking or biking. Lake APC also assists regional and local agencies, including public works departments of the county and cities, as well as the region's transit agency, in identifying or applying for potential funds for priority projects. These can often be time-consuming processes, especially for staffs of local agencies that might lack the resources or time to compete for such funds. Finally, as the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, the Lake APC is tasked with preparing the region's long-range transportation planning document. This regional transportation plan helps guide the decision-making process by setting long-range transportation goals for the region. So what is the Regional Transportation Plan? As noted, it is the area's long-range planning document for all forms of transportation throughout Lake County and its cities. It covers a 20-year horizon and is updated every 4 years to reflect changing conditions in the region over time. Its main purpose is to promote safe and efficient transportation for the movement of people and goods throughout the region. Examples of this are found in projects improving unsafe road conditions or dangerous intersection crosswalks, or else reducing congestion to improve trucking delivery routes. Basically, anything that helps to connect community members with areas both within or outside of their immediate surroundings. The plan includes all transportation modes in Lake County, such as highways, streets and roads, transit services, pedestrian facilities, and bicycle lanes, among others. This update process also covers an update to the Active Transportation Plan. So what is the Active Transportation Plan? This is a plan that focuses on improving and integrating bicycle and pedestrian networks throughout the region. Essentially, it is a focused form of transportation that deals with non-motorized or active transportation. Projects within the Active Transportation Plan are eligible to apply for grants under a specific state program known as the Active Transportation Program. This is a highly competitive grant program that rewards well-planned, high-priority projects, which are evaluated as part of the Active Transportation Plan. Lake County adopted its first Active Transportation Plan in 2016. Prior to that, the Regional Transportation Plan would normally include a section or element that covered non-motorized forms of transportation. For the previous RTP update in 2017, it was decided that the 2016 Active Transportation Plan would now serve as that component of the RTP, and both plans will be updated in conjunction from that point on. The Active Transportation Plan therefore serves 2 purposes. One as the non-motorized element, and also as a standalone document for projects that can potentially be funded by future rounds of the Active Transportation Program.
Identifying needs and priorities for the region is a big part of either plan. There are plenty of needs to choose from for each transportation mode, whether they are on state highways or local roads, or serve bicycle and pedestrian purposes, or public transit, etc. Identifying those needs is important, but prioritizing may be even more so. This is done by soliciting feedback from local public works departments, state agencies, tribal governments, and your voices from the general public to determine how the next 20 years worth of improvements should unfold. Prioritizing is especially important because there are far more needs than available funding can accommodate. The RTP seeks to guide how these limited dollars should be spent. The process will look something like this. From now through the summer, we will be seeking public input to help guide the update. By mid-spring, we will have an idea of the local and regional needs and how important they'll be in meeting the overall transportation goals of the region. A draft of the updated regional transportation plan and active transportation plan, as well as the environmental review documents for each, should be posted by late summer. There will be a comment period specified for the documents at that time as well. Finally, we expect to present a final draft to the board of the Lake Area Planning Council by the end of the fall. These will be publicly noticed meetings where additional comments can be made by the public along with those of the Area Planning Council board prior to the plan's adoption. Again, we want to stress that your voice is important to this process. Transportation needs and issues that you bring up will be evaluated as part of the regional transportation plan, and this will ultimately guide what the final plan will look like. Whether it's road safety or sidewalk accessibility or transit system improvements or any barriers that make different forms of transportation more difficult in your local community, we want to know. So please make your voices heard. Here are the best ways to provide input. You could go to the website for the update project, which can be accessed at the web address in red. The site is interactive and will allow you to provide comments on maps in which you can pin written comments at specific locations within your community or the region as a whole. It will also include surveys and budget exercises where you can give us your feedback on where your concerns lie or which projects you believe warrant the most funding. Or feel free to email or write letters to staff, myself, John Spica, Senior Transportation Planner, at the email address in red, or else at the physical mailing address below that, Lake Area Planning Council, 525 South Main Street, Suite G, Ukiah, California, 95482. We look forward to hearing from you, and thank you for participating.
Okay, so hopefully that was clear enough for you all to hear and such. But the main idea again is we like as much public input as we can get on the plan, and the website that we're referring to is seen here. I just wanted to show you a couple of the features of the website and presentations there that we just saw. There's, if you scroll down, there's the interactive activities, including, say, the interactive map, which by clicking on, you'll see you could scroll in, for instance, to your city, and you could go to whatever intersection or any other area that you think deserves some attention as far as some type of transportation activity. Again, sidewalks or road improvements or whatnot. And then by clicking on it, clicking up here, I'm sorry, you could say what type of project you're after or you're most interested in, and you could leave an actual comment there that will show up on the map, and we could gather those towards the end. There's also a survey. By clicking on it, it kind of just gives an overview of where the comments are coming from or the location for where the community members live, age and some standard demographic information, what type of transportation is most used, or those types of questions. So that would again give us some insight as to where we should focus. And then finally, there's these two budget exercises on the right side. Each from one's for the regional transportation plan budget, and you just get an idea of you could go down this list of different types of projects, and you start with $100 and you spend your way down to zero. You know, just kind of it gives you an idea of what you have left, and actually, fortunately, it goes beyond 100, so you have to be cognizant of where to stop. There's that one, and then there's a second one that gives active transportation projects that are really more specific to walking or biking type projects, and what you know, the specific projects that you would think deserve specific amounts of funding, or you know, in proportion to the $100. The same idea for as the last one. So that is our quick little spiel here, and happy to answer any questions that you might have. Again, we're trying to get the word out as much as possible to, and that's our presentation here, and to other organizations and groups. So any questions?
Just a quick question. Will these be linked to the city and county websites for people who may be navigating those websites?
We could do that. In fact, it probably make it simpler, which is always good. I could contact, would it be Melissa with the city, to see if I could get that up on the city website?
Sounds like a perfect idea, John.
I believe that is correct.
Okay.
And or you can just type in Lake APC, and you know, you'll see this on the homepage. It's fairly easy to find. Stop sharing the screen. Unless anybody has any questions in specific to the interactive activities that we just showed you.
I don't have any additional.
No questions.
No questions from the council. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay,
Thanks,
we appreciate the chance to give you the presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, John, Lisa.
Thanks.
Thanks. Talk to you guys soon.
We go to item number 4, presentation about cyanobacteria outreach work group. Looks like there's some people in the audience that would like to talk about us. Way smarter than me, yeah. Do you have anything that you want to put on the screen too? Or?
We have some presenters that are on Zoom, and
Okay.
Denise Pomeroy from Public Health has a presentation to share for us. There she is.
Okay, cool.
Welcome, Denise.
Hi, good evening, City Council of Clearlake. I appreciate the opportunity to present with you tonight. I'm going to try to share my screen and pull up our presentation. I think we have it down to about 15 minutes. So hopefully this is going to work. So we all are in this electronic system area. Let's see. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, so Lake County Cyanobacteria Communication Work Group. This is a multi-agency update to that we're going around to giving both to the cities and the county. Back in July of 2017 and again in 2018, the Board of Supervisors for the county directed staff to establish a county-wide strategy and incorporate the cities and community partners for a long-term all-sector approach to cyanohab systems, factual and consent messaging to businesses and general public on HAB-related issues. This has been a very good collaboration between both cities, county, and some of our tribal partners. Following up from our prior year's Board of Supervisors recommendation, the county developed uniform education about cyanobacteria. The last couple of years, the work group, which is both cities, the county, and our tribal partners, water resources, and special districts, environmental health, have been working on the potential impacts, the progress, the current lake conditions, and uniformed messaging to not only just our community, but to the wide variety of community that visits Lake County. We moved from a reactive mode to a proactive mode, and we work hard to communicate to all the sectors that are impacted. Uniformed and communications addressed through social media and other avenues have been of huge success for our communications out to the public regarding these challenges. So I'm going to let Angela take it from here on what is cyanobacteria.
Thank you very much for having me today. I'm Angela De Palma Dow. I'm in Water Resources. I'm a program coordinator over there for County of Lake. So cyanobacteria, even though they're sometimes confused as an algae, they are a bacteria. They photosynthesize, so they do convert CO2 from the air into oxygen that goes both into the air and the water. They're very old. They've been here in Clearlake for thousands of years. And the same conditions that promote cyanobacteria, warm weather, still, calm, shallow waters, and nutrient waters are the same things that promote the green algae, which is different than cyanobacteria. And that's why we have a world-class fishery here. We have a really productive waters, and all those factors that promote the green algae, which feed our fish and promote our industry, our fishing industry, are also the same things that promote cyanobacteria blooms that we have in the lake. And so even though we care, these things are both important to us, they're just in different ways, and they're both driven by the same factors. Next slide. So what makes a harmful algal bloom harmful? And again, it's not an algae, we're talking about cyanobacteria. So when there's an overabundance of favorable conditions, just like right now, it's warm, we have a lot of nutrients, you're gonna get a big abundant bloom growth of the cyanobacteria, and they can produce toxins. Some of the strains can produce toxins, not all of them. And we really don't know what specifically promotes the toxins to be there. They don't all produce the same toxins at the same time in the same amounts. But some of them do produce the toxins, and just because there's a bloom present doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be toxins of a certain level. And same thing, there could be no bloom present and you might have some toxins if you have some of the strain present that does produce the toxins. So we really rely on that monitoring data to be able to tell us if there's toxin present and is there not, and what level is it, and is it of a health hazard level concern.
So we want to thank all of our stakeholders who work on this project with us and who's been a collaborative partner for the last 4 years or so. Collectively, the team has developed and had consensus on all the work that we've completed to date. We definitely clarify that these are work group participants, but everyone who lives or visits Lake County is a stakeholder. They have a voice, or should have a voice, in our lake. It's our biggest asset among our people in Lake County. Sarah?
Hi, good evening. Sarah Ryan with the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Environmental Director. I have spoken before you guys before on cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins in our program. So it's great to be a part of a collaborative effort of the county and the cities and other stakeholders in terms of communicating these results, as well as the conditions of the lake. So as you probably know, and you've heard, that cyanobacteria is not just happening on Clearlake. Cyanotoxins are not just on Clearlake, they are throughout the world. Of course, what affects us most is what's here. So having blooms here and having toxins here is concerning, but it is something that even back in the 1990s, the World Health Organization developed standards for exposures to cyanotoxins. The state of California took a while to get to those standards. They're still not full standards, but there are recommendations for exposures for both drinking water and recreation. US EPA has also just recently finalized standards for recreational exposure to cyanotoxins, but it is a worldwide problem. If you can move to the next slide, please. In California, and on there is a very small map, but if you go to mywaterquality.gov and look under HABs, harmful algal blooms, you'll see a map that has the most recent results, not just from Clearlake, but from all of the water bodies in California where there are where there's cyanotoxin monitoring going on. Clear Lake is the most monitored lake in California, thanks to the tribes. Maybe some people don't thank the tribes for that, but there's a lot of uses of Clear Lake, and so it's really important to know what the toxin levels are, so we know which areas should be avoided and which areas are just fine. So on that mywaterquality.gov, you can see on the map, it is updated on a regular basis with the toxin results. And you can go, and so if people are saying, what about Clear Lake? You can always look at some of the other water bodies in California that are being tested and what their levels are. And there's plenty of other water bodies with danger levels. And usually on Clear Lake, we might have some danger levels and other levels will be below caution. It's not even a problem at all. So we like to make sure that people understand that as well. Next slide, please. Moving to Scott.
I am Scott Horner with Lake County Special Districts. There is a list of potential impacts there. I'm going to speak to the water utility. There's a direct correlation between the HAB blooms and the increase in costs in producing water. There's increased chemical costs, there's increased backwash filter frequency, there's increased operation time, there's increased operators time, and then there's the testing and sampling costs that are associated with it. And what this leads to is that the citizens and customers that are around the lake whose water utility pulls their water from Clear Lake are paying a higher percentage of their monthly gross income to pay for water than our similar surface water producers throughout the state. So there's an impact here for the citizens here, and every one of those communities that's being served by the lake is a disadvantaged community. So there's kind of a double whammy there.
So the emphasis that people have different reactions to cyanotoxins, just very much like allergies that you would have. Some people have no reaction. Some people have a very severe reaction. Some people get a skin rash. Some people, especially animals like dogs and other pets, especially livestock and stuff, can have a much bigger reaction. They're smaller, plus they tend to get in the water or pull the water with open mouths. So they actually ingest the cyanotoxins. These reactions vary greatly from a small rash to neurological issues. We have no actual, so some of the surveillance for human and veterinary health impacts are, we don't have a lot of testing available that can confirm actual cyanotoxins to health in animals. The tests on animals are usually post-mortem, and they take actual liver and kidney and internal biopsies and test it for certain toxins. And then humans, there really is none. It's very much a medical puzzle as to what you were doing, when you were doing it, and how that works. There's a very big piece of underreporting. People swim, they don't connect that they were swimming in a natural body of water or recreating, boating, fishing, whatever. And they just think that they have, some type of rash or symptom. So we really do do a lot of messaging with our physicians and our veterinarians around the clinics, the ED rooms, to educate the physicians and the clinicians and the veterinarians on the symptoms of cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins in humans and in animals. So far this summer, we don't have any confirmed cases, but we have received a few complaints, 2 for animals and 2 for humans, that we've not been able to completely be confident that it was related to cyanotoxins, but we do have an investigation process that we do at the health department with the collaboration of the tribes and testing and the state to see if we can make a match. There are here in this slide, there are definitely symptoms It can be from a skin rash, which is hard because you also have swimmer's itch and other things that can happen in summer and recreation activities, out hiking and stuff. But, they can be anywhere from a mild rash all the way up to neurological symptoms. In animals, we have had a couple of confirmed dog deaths related to cyanotoxins over the past 4 or 5 years. This is a mutual effort on surveillance, and it is a collaborative project between the effort of investigation between the parties. We have water resources, Big Valley, public health, environmental health, regional water boards. We send out letters, press releases, CDC surveillance, and public service announcement. We get referrals on a regular basis of possible symptoms and reactions to the water, and our department, along with our partners, thank you everyone who partners with us, do a complete and full investigation on every complaint or case we get. Sarah?
Just to follow up on the investigations, I mean, there is some funding that has come to Big Valley to be able to go take the samples and also send it off to the lab. We don't have to pay for that. And that does happen whenever there is a suspected dog or animal illness. So another part of the program is the signage, and you have probably seen those signs online, also posted at various areas. And these are signs that were created by the State Water Resources Control Board, and specifically the people who are working on cyanotoxins and cyanobacteria. So they've been able to, because of a toxicological study on cyanotoxins that was done in, I believe, 2014 by the state, there are caution, warning, and danger trigger levels based on the toxin results that they recommend that certain activities do not occur anymore. So for caution, there's at that level, you can still swim in the area. You want to avoid a mat or a bloom, but you don't want to eat any shellfish from that area. There are shellfish in this lake, so you don't want to eat shellfish because it accumulates. But at the warning level, there are more restrictions in terms of letting dogs swim in there, having children play in there. And at the danger level, you actually want to avoid it even in terms of boating, because one of the ways that you can be exposed to cyanotoxins is through the mist and inhalation of the aerosolization of the toxins. So these signs are there to inform the public. You see those icons of the activities to inform the public about what you can, what's recommended you can and can't do with the cyanotoxin levels that are there. Those signs are up from the time that we're aware of the toxin levels from the testing, and are brought back down after there's 2 completed sampling events where the toxin levels have dropped. And those are based on the state's recommendations for taking action on cyanotoxin levels. Okay, next slide.
Angela?
Okay, so some of the progress, the milestones that this work group has done is we've encouraged, supported tribal monitoring, which is essential to this work group. Many of the members of the work group participate in a local task force on this issue, as well as state programs. It is multi-agency collaboration, so working between the county and the cities, special districts, and the tribes. And we have been able to produce the signage. We have permanent signs around the lake to provide some basic information to those water users that are accessing the lake through public spots, and some private areas as well as the temporary signs that Sarah just covered. We have produced some educational materials, brochures, websites. I brought some for you guys today. We'll go over that a little bit in a few slides, as well as press releases and informative PSAs. So the press releases, we produce a press release at the beginning of the season to give everybody, the season starting, it's going to get warm. There might be a chance of cyanobacteria, what to look for, who to call. And then also whenever there's a bloom incident or a specific change, when there's a danger area or a lake-wide event, there will be a press release to inform the public of that event and where it was, and to give them all the information.
Sarah?
So the tribal monitoring, on the slide, you see a map that we produce and put on our website and also on the Facebook page, Clearlake Water Quality. And that map is showing not only the locations where we're doing our cyanotoxin monitoring, we do have some shoreline, we have approximately 23 shoreline sites and some sites that are on the interior that we get water samples from the county and also UC Davis when they're out there on the lake. And we color the markers based on those toxin levels and those coloration of those signs. You remember danger was red, warning was orange, and caution was yellow. Green means that it's below the caution level. So it's a very visual sign to reflect what those toxin levels are. Those we are out there monitoring every 2 weeks. We started this program in 2014. As you might remember, I think I came to the City Council in 2015 to do a presentation. This is a program that started by Big Valley Rancheria and Elam Indian Colony, and we are continuing to do it with funding from the federal government as well as the state government. The next slide. There's actually also the state, the CC Hab network. You can see all the partners on there. CC Hab is a California Cyanobacteria Harmful Algal Bloom Network. I co-chair that along with someone from the Dave Karen from the University of Southern California and Rebecca Stanton from the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. And as we co-chair it, we meet with all the stakeholders. We meet quarterly with researchers, vendors, and government, and the educational, the academia, to look at ways that we can improve our programs in the state of California, as well as solve this problem. So know that, that what you have as part of this team and as part of, the monitoring on the lake is we're actually very well connected with the state on and have the most recent updated information about studies. There's also federally, there is a cyanobacteria assessment network, and there is also satellite imagery that we have access to. It's not on this page, but it's fhab.sfei.org. And you can go on there and look at the satellite imagery of California, and Clear Lake right now is standing bright and red because of the cyanobacteria bloom. So we have a lot of resources at our hands, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And it's a well collaborative group of people working on this on Clear Lake, not only Clear Lake, but all the water bodies in California. And the next slide.
Okay, so I get all the phone calls when there's blooms in the lake. And if anything comes in and there's a health hazard in question, I will direct them to this page. This is a state page, and it's the mywaterquality.ca.gov. And if you look at this page on the right-hand side in red, it says report a bloom. So this is the first step. If someone has any questions if they've been exposed to a cyanobacteria bloom and have any potential health hazard impacts, or they have a family member or an animal or pet in their family, they go to that page. It's like you scroll twice, you fill out the information. There's a team at the state that responds to this pretty quickly. I was talking to a guy the other day. He had filled out the form, had called me. I called him back in about maybe half an hour, and he had already talked to somebody from the state about his issues. So they have staff resources that are dedicated to figuring out what's going on and also collecting the information so they can make more resources available for us. This team there works with public health. They'll communicate to public health. Together, they'll complete the investigation. We'll figure out if us or the tribes go out, do site sampling to figure out if there was something there in the water. And so it's just a really great resource. And that's where I direct staff, or I direct calls that come in if there's health hazard impacts at all. Any question, I send them there.
This thing is just showing there's about 30 plus signs around the lake that give information about how to recreate safely and in water that could possibly have the HABs. It also provides links to in public health, water resources. There's a QR code that links you to Big Valley's monitoring data, so you can get the most recent data there. And I think that's about it.
This slide actually shows those, the location of the signs. And this is, most of the signs are at our monitoring locations, although there's a few areas that have signs that we don't monitor. Most of our monitoring locations are the parks. We have city, city of Clearlake, city of Lakeport locations. In city of Lakeport, it's Redbud Park and Austin Park. And we have some around the lake. We also have sampling locations at homeowners associations and private properties. So there are signs that are available. I believe that that there'll be more discussion about that, but homeowners and private property owners can get signs also affixed to their area, and they just need to talk with public health or water resources about that.
So part of this group was developing education outreach materials. I talked about the press releases already. We do have articles on our websites, and then we have brochures both in English and Spanish that are available on our website, as well as hard copy. I'm going to give you guys some. These are all for you, so take what you need. We also have some radio and digital PSAs. So we recently just did a digital campaign. This is a visual PSA to go on digital media. We have it on the Facebook as well as it's ads marketing. We also do little videos. So we have one about being safe with your pets around the water. And then the Big Valley does post their results as soon as they get them on the Clean Lake Water Quality Facebook page, which has a very big following. And so people get that information right away and they can make the best decisions for themselves and their family when they're recreating.
This brochure that you see on this slide for small drinking water systems, and that's actually for private drinking water systems that are 1 to 4 homes that these water systems are connected to. These don't believe there are any of these in the city of Clear Lake, but throughout the lake, we have 100 miles of shoreline. There are a number, hundreds actually, of homes who have near shore wells or private intakes into the lake where they are drawing water in and treating it possibly and drinking it or showering in it, feeding it to their animals and whatnot. And so this brochure that is on the slide is warning or basically giving recommendations to people who are drinking that type of water to take care. If you're mixing water, if you're making formula for your child, you want to use bottled water instead of lake water from your own private intake. I'm not talking about the public water systems where most people, 65% of the people in this county get their drinking water from public water systems, but from these small systems. So this outreach also has been available for several years. It was Dr. Karen Tate, the public health officer, who put this together in coordination with the rest of our group. So we do outreach to these private intakes and these state smalls as well, because they do have lesser treatment systems for their drinking water.
So, our next steps for this group, we've been together for, like I said, about four years now as a directive from the Board of Supervisors. We want to get more signs out to private properties and homeowners associations around the lake. We have those permanent signs available, whether it's a resort or local HOA associations. Communication, we're going to continue the monitoring, continue partnering with our tribes and our other agencies, our cities around the lake. Really manage the message, because that's what it's all about. It's about informing people so that they can make the right choice for them. And then, of course, we look for input from our community leaders, such as yourselves. We welcome and we support that input. And that's basically why we're here today, to give you an update. And, we'll now take any questions or concerns that you have. Here are the 3 entities that people can contact for questions or for more information or brochures: Lake County Water Resources, Lake County Public Health, and Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, who really started this trend back, 10 years ago, I guess, Sarah. I could be wrong on that, but we really have them to thank for getting this project off and running with the testing of our lake many years ago. So we thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Looks like Councilman Kramer has questions. Thank you, Denise, and all of you for that presentation. It was very informative. I heard a lot of the problems created by the cyanobacteria, and both localized areas and across the lake. My question is there any progress being made on something that we can knock these blooms down, especially in localized areas, for instance, off of Austin's Beach or off of Redbud or off of Library Park, Lakeport, whatever. So is there anything that's being done or can be done to at least break those up and push them away?
I'm going to let our scientist answer that question. So Sarah and or Angela.
I get this question all the time, so I love it. Thank
Oh,
you. Thank you. Yeah, so the conditions that make the algae grow there are the still warm water, nutrient rich. We have super nutrient water. We're not, the nutrients are there. They've been there for thousands of years. It's just an old lake, so it's all piled there. There's a big resource there for the food for them. And this warm water, so still warm food. And then we get summer daylight. So we have these long daylight hours of just sunshine, and that's what they love. So they're going to grow there. What you can do, and again, this is extreme year. So this drought year with the low water and these, when have we had 3 weeks of 100+ weather in a row starting in June? Like that's crazy. So that's very extreme. There has been success local level in some places in the lake with moving the water, right? So you're removing that habitat. You're making it so it's not still comfortable. You'll still might get some blooms and some toxins, but not at the same level that we see in areas where you have that still nice, quiet coves there.
How have you been moving the water?
There's things that are water movers. There's at Big Valley in their marina, they have a solar bee, which is a little bubbler that kind of moves it around. There are dock mounted, basically it's underwater fans that can move it. And of course you can get different sizes. Then again, you're moving electricity around, there's our options, but they're small scale for your own property kind of thing. So it's not, we can't move a whole large cove of algae. And in fact, I think they tried it in 2010 and they moved it out and it just went into somebody else's cove. And then you're dealing with that problem in that location. So it doesn't, there's no quick fix or else we would have had it already or other water bodies would have had it.
So the work being done up, for instance, in Rodman Slough, as they're going to make that a slough again and it was supposedly going to help filter the water coming in. Is that going to have any impact positively on this?
Yes, absolutely. When that gets done and if we can do smaller scale of those too around the lake, like restoring wetlands and natural shorelines around the lake, that definitely will help because all of that habitat basically competes for all those things like the nutrients that the cyanobacteria does. Although it's been here, it's going to continue being here. We're just trying to lessen the severity and the frequency of it.
Yeah, and I wanted to say that in the Clearlake nutrient TMDL, which was established about 15 years ago from the regional board, they estimate 100 years of in-lake loading. So we somehow in 2009, we had a lake-wide bloom. It just hit. I know there was cyanobacteria prior to that, but in 2009 it just hit. And with 100 years of it, there are a lot of smaller lakes, and I'm not recommending this, but smaller lakes that are using alum to cover the bottom of the lake and find ways to make that food that is sitting on the bottom not available to the cyanobacteria to take it up. But the thing that really makes it available is low oxygen levels. And so that's another thing. Another reason why aeration is really useful, though it's very localized, as Angela said. We have done using a simple pump and pulling water from the lake and spraying it back in the lake. We would do that. I say do it often and early. Don't wait till it looks like this. Can't do it now because there's no water practically. But if you aerate it and you move it around locally, it makes a huge difference. We had not have those problems on the Big Valley shoreline.
So the bubblers, the aerators, fire hoses blowing water out.
Yeah. That it keeps the smell, it keeps the mats from forming, but you have to do it early and often.
Years back, there had been a proposal or a couple of proposals or studies anyway done to possibly harvest algae, basically a water floating harvester that would take it in and then take the material off up on the shore, dry it out, and they had apparently looked into different uses for it.
Have you heard and done anything or seen anything of that? This was back in the 90s, I think.
Yeah, I've heard it as an urban legend. Maybe Angela can speak to it more, but I do know it's hard to pick up cyanobacteria. It will, if you put a pool skimmer out there and try to lift it up, most of it will fall through. So it's really much better to, yeah, it is you should look at, well, I want to say, but there's a few spots that we saw yesterday. It looks like a green smoothie. Removing it is
looks like a health
difficult. It's
drink.
better to prevent it from forming. The other thing I wanted to say about Middle Creek is the UC Davis studies are showing that what we have in the lake is probably producing more of the blooms than what's coming in. Everybody's been working hard to prevent the coming in, erosion control projects and things like that. But if what we have is mainly from the lake, the Middle Creek Restoration Project will be helpful. Tule planting will be helpful, but we have to
Not
deal
gonna
with
be
what's,
the panacea that we're looking
no,
for,
there's
huh?
no magic bullet.
Yeah, I just, on the signage that you guys have set out, I haven't seen it for a while. Is there anything on there that say, if you have these symptoms after being in the water, please contact the health department?
Yeah, I think.
Because I mean, I think that should be on the signage itself. People aren't necessarily going to see those. And I don't know why I never thought about that after all these years. But when you mentioned that, it's like, I don't remember seeing that on our signs. So.
Denise, do you know?
Yeah, I do believe it's there. Let me pull it up. There's a UL cord to Big Valley so they can scan and get local conditions on that day. But I do believe we also have our phone numbers on the signs for both water resources and public health.
Yeah, but
I don't know that I'm gonna check real quick here. Let me go through the slides.
Also, the
think there is.
symptoms can be different for different people. It's like allergies, right? Sometimes people get watery eyes or sneezing, or some people get headaches. And so it's kind of different. So if we listed every single symptom.
Well, you wouldn't have to look at symptoms, but maybe
What's
we
the-
should say, if you feel like something simple, like if you feel like you've been in the water and you feel sick or have rashes, please call, your doctor and let them know that you're in the water or something like that has algae. I'm just thinking that there might be something actually have on the sign.
So what it says is to call your health provider. On the temporary signs, it says if you have any reactions, call your local medical provider. And then on the permanent signs, it says the current toxin levels. It gives the website and the URL, information or report a bloom, or call local county departments for information. So
All right.
and then on the temp page,
Councilman Claffey, you have any questions?
it does say call your doctor or veterinarian if you or your pet get sick after going in the water. For more information, contact Water Quality California HABs. And then for local information, contact Public Health, Water Resources, or Big Valley. So it is on there.
Councilman Claffey, you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you all for the work you're doing on this. This is a great presentation. Thank you.
I have one or two questions. Is the smell, I mean, if you have blooms, is it automatically smell, or is it, what creates the smell? How can you get rid of the smell?
Well, there actually are taste and odor compounds that cyanobacteria produces, and Lingbia seems to be the smelliest. I remember in 2009, I remember saying it looks and smells like raw sewage. But also when it's dying, so you've probably seen some blooms that look pink right now,
Right.
these big masses, and that is the dying cyanobacteria. So so it either is because of the cyanobacteria itself. Some of them smell like swampy. Microcystis has a different smell than Lingbia, but Lingbia is the smelliest in my opinion.
That's what's in the jar. So if you want to take a little. Confirm.
Yeah, I really don't want to, but I had one other question. You said, I noticed there's some places that they just take tules out. Is that illegal?
Yeah, that is. Can you tell me, let us know, call our department, let us know where that is so we can investigate. They're not supposed to. Tules are protected and you're not along Clearlake. Other outside of the lake, we don't have that. That's not an ordinance rule, but it is the shoreline ordinance, chapter 23 does prohibit the removal of tules. Some people can cut them down. Even though we don't recommend that right now for this year because they don't have water and you're putting them through stress. So basically the ordinance language says you cannot do anything to the plant that results in death of the plant. If the plant has no water and you're trimming it down, that could result in death. So you're not supposed to do that. But you're not supposed to uproot them or move them. Some people weed whack to get a better view and that's okay, that's allowed. But yeah, if you know of a site, just call us.
Okay, I
So we can go
moved it.
check
Some
it
of them-
out.
Some of them were growing on top of my concrete ramp.
That's still the shoreline and protected.
Oh, shit, sorry. One other question.
Got my-
One other question. Yeah. You said this is a worldwide problem. So where else in the world are they working on some kind of to deal with the effects of this?
Yeah, all over. It's just very different. So like Lake Erie is world renowned for having cyanobacteria issues and drinking water and recreation. Their problems are very different because they get those huge storms in the summer and then they plaster the area with phosphorus and they have drain tiles. So they're getting constant fertilizer influx during the whole year and they're getting those blooms, right? We're very different. We're still getting blooms, but our lake is very different. So the tools to manage and treat in an area like that are very different than the ones that we have to develop here. And I will say that I think I'm correct, but I think Clear Lake is one of the only drinking water lakes or reservoirs in California that has these bloom events versus all the other ones. There are some bloom events and it's getting more and more often, but I think Clear Lake's the one where they have as a drinking water intakes directly on the lake is the only one in the state. So it's very unique, which means there's not a lot of research and data as of yet, just for our specific situation.
Does climate change have anything to do with that?
Oh, absolutely. Because what did we talk about? The temperature and still water. So we're getting warmer temperatures earlier, longer periods of these warm temperatures, less rain, we have less dilution. Yeah, that's definitely a contributing factor. Yeah.
All right, thank you very, oh, wait, Mr. Purdock.
Sorry, I've
Councilman
been
Vice Mayor Purdock has a question.
patiently waiting to ask my questions. So I understand the wind, the naturally occurring winds that typically blow it down the northern arm or toward Elam and Clear Lake Oaks area. And obviously we receive the same type of prevailing winds, which makes it pool and pocket in those areas where it gets stagnant. Does the state or local, I'm thinking boating and waterways, our own water resources, they have anything or any recommendations for our private property owners and some of our public areas where it pools, where we can maybe get some assistance, either trash pumps or other ways to mitigate when it starts to pile up. And I'm not just talking about cyanobacteria, but actually when the algae, the different forms and types of algae begin to die and decompose. There's a lot of gases that come off of that as it decomposes.
So that's, I would say that most of what that is describing is the cyanobacteria and not the green algae. And private homeowners, when they call me with this, I recommend, you can put in a water mover like Sarah talked about early in the season. You can encourage natural shorelines. So if you have a lot of erosion in the area or a lawn that goes right up, that can promote those conditions, even though it's harder when it's affecting a large area, not just your own parcel. Some people try skimming, the pool skimmer, and then put it aside on the shoreline, but it's just making more room for more of it to come in. So
yeah, I know that they had looked at it though for different uses. I mean, some algae is actually harvested in different parts of the world.
algae, not cyanobacteria.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but I'm looking at the health of the lake.
Yes.
And we have to enjoy the lake as much as we can. And when it stinks, it's no fun. So, what can we do to help our residents combat that? So we talked about sinking it. We had a former supervisor who used airboat for the county, who tried to break it up and try to mitigate that. We've actually hired contractors with excavators to pull it out of the lake, haul it away to different agricultural areas for fertilizer. So, I mean, there's different uses. Can we start looking at those? Because it happens every year, some years more than others, that we can try to mitigate this and maybe use it for something beneficial.
Do we want to talk about use of the UC Davis is doing a study and they're going to have some
Right.
recommendations at the end of that to kind of figure out how to keep it from forming. It's cells. So just because you remove some cells, there's a whole bunch more and all they do is
Sure.
reproduce and make more.
Actually seed themselves in the bottom.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So one thing about having weeds on your shoreline and weeds in the water rather than, is that it competes with the cyanobacteria.
Mhm.
So I would recommend keeping your, keeping some weeds in there, planting some tulips because they eat the same thing that cyanobacteria eats. So don't, if you take everything out of there, then cyanobacteria can dominate and you don't want that to happen.
I noticed where the edge of the tulies were, and they moved probably 20 feet farther into the lake over the last 10 years or so.
Yes. Yeah, we need more tulies,
More tulies.
more tulies.
Have a tule planting campaign.
Yeah, we're doing, yeah, we've done hundreds of feet of Big Valley shoreline and it's very helpful. I wanted to say another aerator that's out there. We bought one at USA Blue Books. I'm sure they're out there, but they look like what you put in the bottom of your fish tank. They sit on the bottom, you have weighted cables and they bubble up. And, a little over $1,000, you can get a bubbler that turns over the water in the 5-acre area in 72 hours. And that's what we use with Tribune Clearlake Vista. And it did make a difference for the water in that cove. So.
Thank you very much. Very educational. Thank you. We really appreciate that. All right.
Mr. Mayor, we do have someone on Zoom that has their hand raised.
All right. Just wait for a second. There's somebody on Zoom that might have a question. Go ahead, Melissa.
Go ahead with your comment. You have your hand raised. Michael, did Cheed?
Go ahead, Michael, with your comment. All right, I think we have to move on. All right, we go to public comment. This is the time for any member of the public to address the city council. And thanks again. We appreciate your presentation. Of the public to address the city council or any matter not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. The Brown Act, with limited exception, does not allow the council or staff to discuss issues brought before under public comment. The council cannot take actions on non-agenda items. Concerns may be referred to staff or placed on the next available agenda. Please note that the comments from the public would also be taken on each agenda item, and comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person. Do we have anybody in the public here that wants to address the council? Go ahead, sir. Please state your name when you come up.
My name is Mr. Bolt. And we have a traffic problem up here on 18th Avenue where I live, between Phillips and Ball. My sister wrote this in August 15th, 2020. People are driving 60 to 70 miles an hour at all times of the day and night, keeping us all up at night. I am sick with Lyme disease and cannot get any sleep. Please have a patrol officer at night sit at Phillips Avenue or Boyle Avenues off of 18th and check for violators. Have called several times with no follow-up. Thank you, Ronald Bolt.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
And I live on the corner of Irwin and 18th. And I requested a 25 miles an hour post sign from 19th and 18th on the corner where I live, because they drive 40 or 50 miles an hour there. And I requested that I would slow down children at play, but I would like a 25 miles an hour posted on the corner of 19th and 18th right there. When you come up off of 18th, they go 40 or 50 miles right there. and coming down, there's no stop sign. And they clipped the sign there that says Irwin and 18th Avenue. They took that out and the mailbox is right there. Doing about 40 right there. So there's no stop sign. So they fly down the hill real fast. And if we can have a 25 miles put right on the corner there at 19th coming down and right by my place going up 25, I will pay for slow down children that play. So the kids can ride their bikes there. And then between Phillips and Boyle, it's like a racetrack. All times of night, you can see the burn off. They hit a fire hydrant at night. They were coming up by the hospital, coming down like this, and they ran Phillips, the intersection of Phillips, coming up there. There's a fire hydrant right there. He took that out with his truck, with the wheel, and with his bumper, he took the two yellow posts that goes in front of it, cement, knocked that down. And for him to hit that fire hydrant, he had to be doing about 70 miles an hour. So he's going over those humps like this and right past Phillips intersection, doing 70 miles an hour, and then hit that fire hydrant and shot it off like a bowling pin. And with that tightened down, he was doing at least 70. So they're hitting a lot of city property, and then coming up from Walmart there, they just clipped on where the across from the college there. They went on the left there and hit the green fence right there, way off the line there. And I talked to the lady there, and she says they always run that stop sign there, and they're burning off like crazy, the motorbikes and all these trucks.
Well, you're in luck because our chief traffic officer is in the meeting and listening to all this.
Oh,
Thank you
great.
very much for your comments. We really
Okay.
appreciate
Appreciate
it.
it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chief White, please.
I just wanted to respond that we have met with this gentleman on multiple occasions, and we did just recently order a speed radar trailer, which has been in hot demand. Our last one was broken, so obviously areas like this and stuff will intend to use it, and the traffic officer is aware of the complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Anybody wants to pull any of the consent agenda? If not, I entertain a motion.
I so move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Overton and a second by Councilman Kramer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll move on to public hearing, item number 15.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a request that we have our auditor on Zoom, and I'd like to request that we take up item number 16 before the public hearing.
Okay, please. All right, item number 16. Mr. White, Chief of Police, Interim Finance Director, I think this is your item.
Okay, sorry about that. I was trying to pull this up. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. I come before you tonight as the interim finance director to introduce you to our city auditor. By way of background, we hire an auditor to implement an audit of the city's books. For 2018 and 19, we engaged a new auditing firm, and the head auditor is actually on the line with us, and I'm going to turn it over to him to go ahead and present this report.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brett Van Lant. I'm a partner with Van Lant and Fankennel. We conducted the audit for the city's financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2019. I have a short PowerPoint presentation just kind of going over the audit process and the reports that were issued as part of our audits. If you have any questions throughout the presentation, please feel free to just cut me off at any time. I'm going to try and share my screen. Do I need to share my screen, or were you guys going to?
Please, you can share.
You want to share it?
Okay, perfect. So you guys can see that?
Yes.
Okay. So the audit process, it's kind of broken up into two different parts. We do what we call an interim audit field work. This is where we do some of our preliminary work to assess the risk that the financial statements could contain a material misstatement. This is what we call our risk assessment process. This part of the audit, we are just gaining an understanding of the design and implementation of the different internal controls over the city's financial reporting. In order to do this, we have to review all different types of transactions that the city engages in, cash receipts, cash disbursements, the procurement and purchasing process, how payroll is processed, and any other various audit areas that we might find significant to the city itself, the different types of transactions and things like that. In order to do that, we have to review specific transactions. We observe the processes that are taking place, the cash receipts process, how those are handled, also the cash disbursements process. And then in addition to that, we are inquiring with different personnel throughout the city that handle these types of transactions. So that's kind of the preliminary process of just gaining an understanding of how the financial transactions work at the city and those internal controls over those transactions to make sure that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So the second part of our audit process is the year-end audit field work. This is where we're actually verifying the balances and the amounts that are in the city's financial statements. The procedures that we do involve our judgment, and that those procedures are dictated by our risk assessment process. So when I talked about the different internal controls, if there's various areas that internal controls might not be as strong as we would anticipate, then we would have to do extended procedures to verify that the amounts that are actually reported in your financial statements are materially stated. So part of that, we are doing substantive testing of the amounts that are reported in your financial statements. We are confirming balances with the state and the county, different payments that are made. We test transactions, we inquire with city staff. We perform analytical procedures, prior year comparisons, try to identify any fluctuations from one year to the next that can't necessarily be explained. We will do further procedures to inquire with city staff to understand, why those fluctuations might have happened, so that we feel comfortable with the amounts that are reported in the financial statements themselves. There's several reports that are issued as part of our audit. Most notably, it's the audit report. That's the opinion on the financial statements. We're also required to issue a report on internal control and compliance. That's required by government auditing standards. We also issued a report on the city's appropriations limit calculation. And there's also a letter that was addressed to the city council, just informative about the audit process itself. So the audit report on the financial statements has several sections identifying the responsibilities of both parties. So the financial statements themselves are management's financial statements. They're the responsibility of management. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on the presentation of those financial statements. We are providing reasonable assurance that the amounts are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. It talks about the procedure or the applicable standards that we follow as part of our audits, and also talks about that our procedures involve our judgment based off of our risk assessment. The city received an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion, meaning we did not, the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, meaning there's no material misstatements in the amounts that are reported in the financial statements. There's also, the report also discusses our responsibility for the required supplementary information. Required supplementary information includes the MD&A, budgetary schedules, and pension schedules. The city this year elected not to present an MD&A, which is management's discussion and analysis. We are not expressing an opinion on that required supplementary information. We're only performing limited audit procedures on those. And then the report also talks about the other supplementary information that's reported in the financial statements and our responsibility for reviewing that activity as well. I just put some key figures in here. The pension liability, the city's net pension liability is approximately 7 million. That's a decrease from the previous fiscal year. 2019, again, obviously it's a couple years ago at this point, but that was one of the first years, the only year that I've seen actually that the pension liability went down. So that's always a plus. The fund balance in the general fund increased approximately 500,000 compared to the prior year. The unrestricted fund balance is approximately 2 months reserves, which of the 2019 expenditures. GFOA is the Government Finance Officers Association. Their best practice recommendation is to have a minimum of 2 months operating reserves. So that kind of gives you an idea of where the city's reserves are at with best practices. We had the report on internal control and compliance. This is a government auditing standards report. It talks about our requirements to consider internal control over financial reporting, and also compliance with anything that could have a material impact on the financial statement. So that's compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, grant agreements, things like that. Anything that could have an impact on the amounts that are reported in your financial statements. We're not expressing an opinion on internal controls. We are just required to report any significant deficiencies, material weaknesses, other matters, or material non-compliance as part of our audit. We're required to report that. We did identify 4 material weaknesses. I believe everybody's had a chance to review the reports. I won't go through each one unless you guys have questions on them. They're pretty, we've reported on them in detail. So if there's any questions on any of these, feel free to ask at any time. But these are the 4 material weaknesses that were identified as part of our audit. And then there was 4 significant deficiencies that we identified as part of our audit. And that report also talks about, what it involves auditor judgment to determine if what we might think is significant enough to be reported as a material weakness or a significant deficiency, items like that. There was also the SAS 114 report. That's a statement on auditing standards 114. That's the abbreviation for that. But this is a required communication with those charged with governance, which is the city council. And it talks about the different estimates that are in the city's financial statements, sensitive disclosures. If we had any difficulties or disagreements with management, we would be reporting that there. Aside from the, some of the issues with the accounting that took place throughout the audit process, we did not have any difficulties or disagreements with management throughout the audit. I'd like to thank Andrew and the staff at the city for all their help in finally getting this audit completed. It was a long process by both parties, and it was a lot of work on both ends. There's a lot of turnover at the city when we came in, and so having that time frame with the transition, it took a while, but I'm happy to have been able to work with the staff to get to where we are today. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now.
Any questions from the council here? If not,
Chief White has a couple of updates he'd like to share.
Sure. So I just first of all wanted to thank our new auditing team, and specifically Brett. I think that it's always an opportunity to make yourselves better, and there's some deficiencies that were identified. But I am grateful that they came in with a very fine tooth comb. In fact, a very, very, very fine one. But a lot of issues were discovered that existed for years. And so I think, from the council's perspective, the public's perspective, transitioning to new systems, I think it was really important that this was done. It's just unfortunate it takes so long, but it was a huge amount of effort. And on our staff specifically, I wanted to thank Amy, who's not here, but amongst carrying out all our other regular duties, she assisted in pulling all kinds of records, and a lot of research had to be done. 2 or 3 areas that I wanted to cover just very briefly. It's detailed in the staff report, but obviously, as you're all aware, there's been significant personnel changes. But I think in the last year, we've brought some stability. And we just had our first department head meeting with the new finance director, who will be here shortly. So I think that's a really good move for the city. We have our contract with RGS, which I think is providing that professional support that we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing, especially as we go to change stuff and another level of oversight. I would mention that there's definitely some classification issues within the current structure, which is evidenced by the findings. And I think it's going to be an ongoing challenge for the city because of the expense in adding additional personnel without having other types of revenue sources to cover that. So we'll have to continue to find ways to, provide the necessary oversight where we can't physically split duties. The second part is we obviously have our new system, the ERP. It fixes a number of issues, like, for example, the cashiering process. We've also automated a huge amount of processes, including our interactions with like CalPERS. That used to be an entirely manual process every 2 weeks. Credit card processing, I know just within this county about government agencies accepting credit cards, just in the last 2 years, we've implemented 2 entirely different systems that have incrementally gotten us better. So we have a very efficient system now that integrates directly with the ERP. And then from a public transparency perspective, we just recently completed the interface with OpenGov, which provides real-time information. The last part is policies and procedures. I think we've done a bunch, but you're gonna see a lot more when we have the new finance director on board to carry this through and then make sure it's carried out. So again, I think that the city has a good, solid foundation moving forward. There's a lot of work, but with everything new that's happening in the city, a record budget for this year, I think this was really a good opportunity to set up that solid foundation so that we can be successful moving forward. And the final caveat that I'll give is that this was 1819. So I would suspect, and I think the auditor would confirm this, that in 1920, there may be some of the same findings mentioned only because we just got to this basically at the end of 1920. So that's the last information I'll give. Thank you.
thanks.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add briefly, I want to personally thank Brett. Other than at the beginning, I wasn't too involved in this process, but shared with the council before that the auditor we used the year previous to this, we weren't satisfied with, and the one that was used before that for a number of years. So I know this was a painful process to get through, but very pleased with the approach Brett took. And, we had the conversation from the beginning that, you need to put the effort in as required to get us on the right track. And then, of course, Chief White put an extraordinary amount of time into not only improving a bunch of processes and putting things in place, but digging information back many fiscal years in order to get Brett and his team the information that was needed. So personal thank you to both of you for that.
Any comments from council? If not,
I have one question.
Claffey, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question, Mr. Vinland. It looks like management concurred with all of your recommendations. Any concerns on your end on the way that they're going to resolve some of the concerns that you brought up?
No, a lot of my main concerns with some of the day-to-day processes are or should be rectified with the new system, having some automated systems and being able to capture information at the very start of the process. For example, the cash receipts process and things like that. Obviously, we are actually in the preliminary stages of the actual 2020 audit. And as Chief White mentioned, some of these comments might carry forward just because of the timing. Typically, we try not to just repeat findings if they've already been corrected, but until we're able to actually come out there and observe those implementations, then I can't really comment too much further on that.
Okay, and then to city staff, it looks like the latest implementation of changes would be around September 30th. Does that sound correct?
Yes, we kind of gave an estimate based upon onboarding time for the finance director and some other stuff. So yeah, over the next few months, and some parts have been partially implemented already.
Excellent. Yeah, it looks like most were either implemented or close to implementation. If we could just get maybe a quick update in October, November, once everyone's settled and we feel like all of these recommendations have been locked down and resolved, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Do we have, we'll open a public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public on this item, Madam Clerk?
I've not received any comments and there are no hands raised in the Zoom.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Any other comments? No, I just want to make a comment. Thank you to especially Alan to have a fresh look at this. I remember the last couple of times when there was an audit and the gentleman walked in with his letter briefcase, and yeah, thank you for doing a very thorough job. We needed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there somebody wants to make a motion?
Right off. You hear me now? Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2021-35, resolution of the City Council of the City of Clearlake, accepting the annual financial report for the fiscal year 2018-2019.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Kramer and a second by Vice Mayor Purdock. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries. We'll go now back to item number 15. Thank you very much. Backtrack to item number 15. This is an item for our Public Works Director, if he's around.
Well, in this case, our city engineer is going to present this item.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Dale asked me to sit in for him on this particular item. This is a resolution that's a continuation of an ongoing effort by the city to do some cleanup of a lot of illegal dumping that goes on throughout areas of the city, in particular the area up around the Pomo School. This is a resolution that would allow City Public Works Department to block off a section of, you can refer to it either as Burns Valley Drive or East Lake Drive. I haven't really gotten into looking at the logistics of it, so we'll call it both for now, but it's a fairly not well-traveled dirt road that goes northeast of the school. The gates are kind of shown on a map that Dale had prepared. There is one residence on Fellers Avenue that the gate would go beyond that location to not prohibiting the access there. And again, this is, we'd also add some K-rails as necessary to further block access because the area off of that roadway is just a large dump site. And it doesn't, it's not used by police and fire. There's nobody that lives down in that area. And we think it would be a good thing to do.
All right, we have any questions from council here?
No.
No. Okay, we open the public hearing. If we have any comments from the public, Madam Clerk.
There are no hands raised in the Zoom, Mr. Mayor. I have not received any emailed comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Any more questions? If not, can I entertain a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is long overdue. I can make a move that we adopt resolution number 20-20. Is that correct?
2021-38.
38.
It's 2021, all right?
Yes.
Yes.
-38, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Clearlake authorizing the ongoing closure of a segment of Burns Valley Road to reduce illegal dumping and to protect the environment and the public health and welfare.
We have a motion by Councilman Kramer.
Second.
We have a second by Vice Mayor Hurdock. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, we're going to move on to item number 17. Mr. Lee Lambert, Code Enforcement. Here's some pictures.
All right, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This staff reports in regards to the demolition of 14525 Lakeshore Drive. Purpose of the hearing is to allow the city manager to execute a contract with Cherno Excavating Incorporated for the demolition of that address. Upon consideration of the evidence and testimony, council may accept or deny the bid for demolition. Staff recommendation is to allow the city manager to execute a contract with Cherno Excavating Inc. for the demolition at 14525 Lakeshore Drive.
All right.
So overall case activity, this case was started December 26, 2018. There's been 22 total compliance inspections. A public nuisance citation was issued, a notice of violation was issued, and 11 administrative citations were issued. An order to abate was finally issued, I believe it was April of this year. There are, I believe it's 11 different violations, the Clearlake Municipal Code and the California Health and Safety Code. So I'll describe some of the pictures here. That's a photo of an electrical panel under the property where all the wires have been cut and removed. That's how they built the deck around the existing meters, and then all the wires in the gutter above the meters have been cut. And that's a picture of how the inside has been left. The inside, sorry, excuse me. Most of the damage to the building has been caused by water damage. As you'll see in the photos, this is just one area where the roof caved in. Another area where they've removed sheetrock because to let moisture out. Another area, the whole main building is pretty much gutted like that. That's an opening in the bar area that gets broken into a lot. You can see how they didn't really secure it. All you have to do is pull the plywood down. People are getting in there all the time. So this picture here, if you look in the background, you see the wall of the add-on, how it's listing, the upper part's listing out and the lower part's listing in. That whole portion of the building is failing. Here's underneath it why it's failing. You have broken beams and supports underneath. That's the portion of the building failing right there, looking straight on. Additionally, that swamp cooler there is what they were using for the kitchen exhaust vent. More weathering, you can see where the water's been getting in, creating dry rot there. So this is what happened on the whole roof. This was taken in the winter. Their roof drainage wasn't leaking, so the roof would, the water would just accumulate on the roof and started getting into the wood, pouring down inside the interior walls. So this one here, as you could tell, that if you look to the right of the concrete, it's dry. This is water after several days of being dry, which is coming down the wall still, creating dry rot in the walls, creating mold and things like this inside. Ceiling falling down. Mold, more mold. And this is just a picture of how much we've tried to get him to comply, and he has failed to do so in 2.5 years. So the case summary, again, it's been open since December 2018. The property owners made no attempt to comply with Clearlake Municipal Code or the California Health and Safety Code. It's a nuisance property. In addition to all the code enforcement detail, the police department has responded 37 times in the last 5 years there for people breaking in or people squatting in it, people dumping things there, things like that. The city has exhausted all other means to reach voluntary compliance. We even looked into a possible receivership, but it's not feasible. So at this time, staff recommends the city council grant the city manager the right to execute a contract with Turner Excavating.
Thank you. Okay, we have questions from council here. Mr. Purdo, Mr. Kramer got us up first.
Yes. Remember. Right. Turn that off. All those photos, of course, were taken in 2018, and I fully agree that the owner in 2018 was a very poor owner. And but are you aware that he doesn't own it anymore, that it was recently purchased, and the person purchasing it wants to rehab it, has met with the city about that?
Yeah, I think the city manager is going to speak further about that. Those photos, though, weren't all taken in 2018.
The ones I saw were dated.
Yeah, some are dated, but the ones that weren't dated were actually taken this last year.
Mhm. I have no doubt that it needs a lot of work, but again, it's not the same owner.
I just want to.
Is your mic on?
So I just happened to be in the city when he said he went over and paid the fees and came over and got the permits, but he sounded like he was going to tear it down because he was getting grading permits and stuff.
I'll be happy to address. So yeah, Mr. Ching said a lot of things, very few of which were true. He did pay most of the administrative citations within the last 30 days. And I believe I talked to him a couple of times. That was largely, I think, motivated by the fact that he saw an end of the light for him to continue just ignoring the municipal code. And but one thing that has changed recently is that he did sell this property and actually all of his properties in the city, which I think is a very good thing because all of his properties are in extremely poor condition and are code enforcement problems. So we did meet with the new owner. There's a family that purchased this property and a property that is just to the north, which includes several residential units. And then there was a separate purchaser of the apartments by the lamplighter, between the lamplighter and the apartments that we recently sold. So we did meet with the new owners. You know, the issues with this property were not disclosed to them by Mr. Ching, and so they were unaware of some of the situation. I believe that they are very well intentioned and have a real desire to invest in the community and turn these properties into something that will be beneficial. However, as explained to them, while the citations were paid prior to the property being sold, all the violations remain and will need to be addressed. Now, they're doing an analysis on whether it's feasible for them. You know, when they bought it, their idea was that they were going to renovate the building. I think, you know, I don't know if that's feasible or not. Everyone that we've talked to said that it's not. You can see the condition of the building from the images. And the new owner is on Zoom. It looks like that she may want to make some comments, but I have communicated this to her and her husband, but my request of the council, because of the history of this property, is that you still authorize me tonight to have the authority to execute a contract to demolish this building if there's not significant process or progress from the new owner in addressing the violations.
Okay, just a short question, Chair. That contract with Cherno Construction, I believe, how long is that? Is that a 90-day?
That's correct, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So if it's not, work doesn't start in 90 days, it's null and void? Or
Well,
unless you
we'd have
extend
to do another request for bids. Yeah, the bid wouldn't be good after that.
Okay, any more questions from staff? Chief White, please.
I just wanted to add, just for context, I believe the other property that was purchased was 14541 Lakeshore. And while we're cautiously optimistic about it, I would mention that has an open case season. As of right now, there's overflowing garbage going all over the area. So perhaps the property owner might address that as well if I see their hands raised.
There's also numerous electric violations on that property too, with
yes,
wires laying all over the place. All right, we're going to open for a public hearing. The lady that just purchased the property, now is your time to talk to us.
Hello, Mayor and council members. This is Rupa Shekhar here. I'm sorry, I didn't get ready for the video because I'm away from the camera, but I will just speak today. Very nice to meet you all, and thank you for providing this opportunity to meet with you all and share my perspective. It was great to meet Mr. Flora and his team yesterday and to hear his support. So we're really immensely thankful for that. My name is, as they all mentioned, my name is Rupa Shekhar, very new to Clearlake. Little story to share that I shared with everyone yesterday is that I visited Clearlake with my family, my 2 girls and my husband, in the month of April for a spring break. Fell in love with your town and fell in love with your lake. And since then, I was kind of scrolling on Redfin and online to look for lakeside properties. And when these two came along, which is the 14525 and 14541, we were excited. And with big dreams, we decided to invest in your town and in these properties with a plan to make this as a place to go for business, shopping, dining, and entertainment. I've seen the commercial unit, and the pictures that was taken in 2018 looks much worse than what I've seen because everything in the interior has been cleaned out since then. And we want to make this a place for a hangout for tourists and localites. That's our dream. We closed our escrow just less than a month ago, just a few weeks ago. And it was a nightmare for us to hear that this discussion is happening in the city, which we were not aware of. And we have already taken some steps to improve the property, small steps, but still We removed the junk inside the property and outside the property. We boarded the place so that I know we are homeless people are hanging out and trashing the place to avoid vandalism. We have replaced the door at the back, and we do know about the water damage and then the electrical outlet problems. We will address that soon. We kindly request you all to give us some time to make sure that the properties are taken care well. It takes a long time, but we will take small steps towards the improvement. So I just wanted to kind of request that we are given extra time rather than hasting and demolishing and investing the $55,000, which could be used for a different, better purposes to improve the economy of the Clear Lake. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there any other people in the public that wants to speak on this issue?
Way out here.
There are no further hands raised in the Zoom.
We have one public man. Yeah. Mr. Hughes.
Hi,
Please.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, Dave Hughes, Realty World. I got involved in this last week when an architect that was up here to working with the Rupa and her husband called me and wanted to meet at the property after he got done meeting at City Hall. I have suggested to the buyers that they go back to the agent that they worked through and find out why they weren't told about the ongoing issues. I think it's a pretty significant non-disclosure. So I would like to concur with her and ask that the City Council give her some time to start trying to figure out what the heck they can do or can't do or should do or might want to do. My other thought is, I'm assuming that a bid to demolish the building has to be done if the city gets the bid with prevailing wage. And if it comes to the fact that the building needs to be demolished, I think the property owner should be given the opportunity to get her own bids that might be a little less costly. I have no idea, but I'm assuming that the bid had to be prevailing wage. And I understand maybe the desire to keep some fire under someone's feet and keep some pressure on to get something done because it's been 3 years now. But we do have a new property owner that had no idea about the ongoing, I mean, her architect told them last week after they closed escrow about the city wanting to demolish the building. So my only purpose here is to certainly give them some time to do it and maybe not accept the bids with the understanding that if there's not ongoing progress, the city is going to press for the demolition, but at least maybe give them the opportunity to get their own bids, which might be less money. Like I said, I don't know, but I'm assuming prevailing wage is part of the bids that have been submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Vice Mayor Purdock has a comment.
Well, just a question to the new property owner. Is the public hearing closed?
No, it's not closed yet.
Can you provide us with some sort of a timeline when you said you wanted to get this work done and you wanted to get on it fairly soon, but we didn't have any timelines. Do you have any idea when you might be able to get started?
So to be honest with you, I have as Mr. Dave kind of mentioned, I had my architect come over, look at it, and I have workers who are started to work on it with making some minor modifications to it. As I shared with Ms. Flora and team, this property, costs money to accelerate the improvement. But what I assure you is that we are constantly I had paused the improvements knowing that the city is demolishing and I didn't want to put money into the demolishing property. So if you all give me time and say that, yes, you can continue to modify it and improve it, my work will start from Monday. We will make small improvements, check out the foundation, check out the electrics, check out the plumbing. And I need to fix there are some termite activities, I need to fix those. So the improvements will start up immediately with a steady progress, but I cannot give a timeline as to when it will be done because I just bought the property 3 weeks back and I need time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and also while I'm on the audio, I wanted to address the 15451, the apartment building too. Even on that property, we have started off improvements, meaning that last week we cleaned up the property, took out the junks, cleaning the vegetation. We will install a new fence. And then the overflowing garbage is due to 2 reasons. One is that it's an apartment complex and that particular garbage bin is smaller from what I understand from my tenants. And also I hear that there's a lot of public dumping because it's right on the door. Many people come and dump other junks in there. So I'm taking the action, requesting the required department within the city to give us a bigger bin and probably move the bin to the middle of the property so that it's not easily accessible by the public. And when I install the fence, maybe it'll be less messy. But I do agree with you all that the property is not in great condition and it is not clean. And I commit to make sure those 2 properties are taken care and turned around. And that's the reason why we dreamt of buying a property in the lakeside and improve it and not to maintain the same way it is. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bought it. And I know I paid premium for that from what I hear and what I compare after buying. It's an aftermath thought, but I don't want to dwell on the past, but I want to move on.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kramer, Councilman Kramer, any other addition?
Just clarification, Rupa. You've owned the property, what, less than a month, 2 weeks?
3 weeks, yes, 3 weeks running now.
And did you say that you already have people in there cleaning it, working on
Yes,
it?
oh yeah. Well, yes, many work has already been done. And I'm painting I've got the bits for painting the properties. And I already, as I mentioned, made few modifications, the commercial with a new door installed from Home Depot, etc. So yes, the work has started. But again, I think one of the mayor or the council member asked me, what's the timeline? I don't have a project plan to give, but what I assure you is that there will be progress on a daily basis in small steps.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? If not, we'll bring them back to the council. Mr. Flora, it looked like you want to say something.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clarify. I mean, the city isn't looking to spend 55,000 on this if it's not necessary. I mean, to Mr. Hughes's comments, of course, if the current property owner was to demolish the building, they would be able to do it cheaper than we would. The only way for us to recover the funds is through a lien on the property, which it doesn't get paid on unless the property is transferred normally. But this is a long-standing issue. It's one of the worst looking properties in the city in one of our most visible corridors. And while I do believe that their intent is good and they have the means to make some investments in the property, I believe that the city needs to apply as much pressure as possible to make sure that the cleaning up of this parcel happens. And so, if we were to move forward with the contract, because there's a new owner, we would be required to do a new round of noticing. And there would be an opportunity for an appeal of the abatement, which could come to the council, correct? So, there are some opportunities there, but, I think we need to keep the pressure on to make sure that this extremely derelict and extremely visible property in the city is improved as soon as possible.
More comments from the council?
I have a question. We happen to have our attorney here, and I'm concerned about an improper taking of property or any liability issues there.
Well, I understand your concern, and Mr. Flora and I talked about this as recent as last week. I think there is more of a due process and noticing issue, and we would re-notice the new owner with all the issues that Mr. King had been notified of for years. And I think as long as you give that notice, which would happen before any demolition would actually take place. So that would need to take place. Otherwise, you could have an issue of a of a taking or some kind of.
What's the timeline for that?
60, 90 days, 120 days.
Yeah, I don't know that our municipal code says usually we give people a reasonable amount of time, 30 days, 60 days, somewhere in that time frame. Is that about right?
I'm not sure. Chief.
Yeah, there's a variety of timelines, and if there was new noticing for the notice of intent to abate and demolish, there would be a hearing, and I believe it would come back before council if that happened.
The timeline
For which portion?
before we can tear that building down.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Lee, but I believe it's going to be 21 days for the notice, correct? Yes, it'd be 21 days, and then if they gave notice that they wanted to appeal, then they'd post their deposit for a hearing. We'd set it for a hearing. So, you know, potentially depending upon how long that took out, and I believe city attorney could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe once we made a decision, they could try to take it to court if they've exhausted all their rights within the city in terms of appeal process. So potentially it could stretch out. Our experience with the property has generally been little to no response, or what I call informal kind of out of band responses, like showing up in the lobby, that sort of thing.
And if we're talking about the old owner, I'd say let's go for it at this point, but we're not. We're talking about somebody that just bought it, has clearly shown an intent to try to do what's right. And it seems to me that to award this contract right now is probably not going to happen anyway because of the timelines for noticing, for appeals, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't see what we're accomplishing. I understand, Mr. Flora, your desire to keep pressure on, but I don't see it, and I don't agree with it. I think that she should be given, she and her partner should be given time to perform. We're not. And it's not going to take us 3 years, obviously, to let that happen. It's going to go, it's not going to let it go that long, but I don't think that this contract can happen in 90 days anyway. So I'm not in favor of it.
Councilwoman Overton.
I agree, but I guess one of my questions to the new owner is, did you not see this place before you bought it?
Yes, we did visit the place, and when we visited the place, it was not like the pictures that were shown. The roof was taken out, the floor was taken out. There was little like the tables and chairs from the restaurant with stove, etc. So we knew it is a fixer-upper, but we thought that it's a fixer-upper, so we'll start fixing up, and we will turn it around. And because we have not gotten the mortgage from the bank, our intent is to get this ready, get this rented. I can start paying my mortgage. So the plan is to move it around quickly, and I would like to support Ms. Flora with his expectation, and will work with him and keep him updated on a regular basis of the progress we make. And I want to support him.
Okay, so can I ask a question here?
Go ahead.
Can we postpone this to another meeting without making a vote on it today, and just postpone it and see what she does before we just say we're not going to do anything? Can we table this?
Well, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
I say, let's see what she does in a couple of weeks, and
I mean, none of the violations have been cured. So they have I don't know if you discussed anything yesterday with, how long they have to cure the violations, but I mean, there's going to be other timelines. I'm just exhausted with this property. And I think, any daylight is too much daylight in my opinion, but.
and I understand your frustration. It's just, this is like the last place in this town that can still have entertainment. I mean, literally, we keep asking for people to come to our city, but we have nothing to offer them. And here's another building that we're going to take out, the last building that we have for entertainment. I want to give her a chance to get it. I understand that the past owner was a real pain, but I want to give her a chance. And I've seen this happen where we voted on something and the administrator said, I'm not going to do anything, and next thing you know, it was gone. So I feel like either we table it and see what she does, and give her at least a little bit of a chance, give her 1 month or something to to see if, what she can do. And then if we don't see a good progress, then come back and bring it back to us,
I thought Chief White had a.
I don't want to interfere with your deliberation, but I did want to make the final plea at it. And I think that the commentary during the public comment is illustrative. There's a mention about that they've already begun boarding up the building. Your council authorized an ordinance that specifically prohibits that without a permit because we don't want boarded up buildings in the city. There's no indication in the record that there's any attempt to obtain a permit or comply with the city codes. From just an objective perspective of watching these things, I heard a lot of discussion about well-intentioned and so forth, and that may very well be the case. However, the lack of any basic checking, I mean, you saw the picture with the notice of violation stacked on the front door and everything else. There's very serious issues here. And I think that, at this point, from the staff perspective, we've come to you because we've essentially done most everything that we can do. We can leverage with some more citations and so forth. And I'd expect actually following this meeting that we will initiate a whole new set of actions based upon what's existing there and what new violations have been disclosed. I think that it's important when we get to these phases to have some sort of tool to try to compel that compliance. My fear is that we wait another month, we'll be right back at the same situation, trying to ask for the same authority and so forth. And we just continue to kind of push the problem down the road. I think from the staff intent, I don't want to spend a dime trying to clean up this property. If we can try to compel it, obviously, I think there's good points we already discussed internally about the fact they could do it at non-prevailing wage rates and so forth. But it's important that we have a tool. If we don't have that tool, I hear a lot of excuses on there, even related to the other property, since they brought up every other city that I've been at, you have stuff enclosed in concrete barriers with doors. There's no attempt to do that out there. And so I think that's the same type of issues that we see here. A lot of good intentions, but I've seen a lot of projects come into this city in the 3 years that I've been here that are well-intentioned, but very basic elementary discovery things weren't done. We have people that buy houses here that call into code enforcement and ask, do you have open cases and so forth. So I hope that it turns out differently, but from the police department and code enforcement perspective, we would plea that you give the city manager the authority to move forward if it's necessary in this particular case. Hopefully it won't be, and we'll all be surprised. Thank you.
Councilman Claffey, we haven't heard from you on this. You have any comments?
Yeah, I'm just listening to the back and forth. I'm comfortable tabling for now. I think 3 weeks is a very short time to start making changes. It sounds like there's a lot of changes that need to be made. It sounds like there's a lot of research that needs to be done by the owner. And I think if we keep that window tight, we'll still be able to activate this bid at a future council meeting. I don't see a downside to tabling it, re-noticing this owner, and then moving forward if we need to, if we're not seeing progress.
All right, thank you, Councilman Claffey. Vice Mayor Purdock.
I just need some clarification, and I apologize, but if we approve this tonight and we have a 90-day contract with the demo, when would you implement? When would you have them come in and demo? Would it be immediate after making this decision? Or would you allow the new owner to get the permits, as the chief has pointed out? The chief made a very compelling argument just now. I just want to know reasonableness on this. What would a reasonable person do?
Well, I mean, I think, until yesterday, the new owners didn't have the list of existing violations. And so obviously we need to provide a little bit of time. I mean, what we discussed was the first thing you need to do. I mean, we had some discussion about what happens next and what their vision is for the property and all that. That's great. But, we have all these violations that have to be cured somehow, which are way past due. So they need to come back with a plan to
Right,
us
that's what I
on
was asking about.
how to deal with that. So, I think there's no reason that they shouldn't be able to develop some type of plan on that in a couple of weeks.
agree.
Talking with the contractor, they already have, consulted with an architect. So, I really think that there should be a determination made within a few weeks on whether it's even feasible to keep the building, or if they want to begin investing in resolving those things. I mean, I hope I was clear, like my intention wouldn't be, or, the staff's intention to turn around next week and issue the abatement contract, as much as I would love to see or never see that building again. But obviously the situation here, while it's clear there wasn't enough due diligence done, I believe, a short window is reasonable for them to try and attempt this. I'm just concerned, as Chief White mentioned, I think, the council has always been really good about drawing a firm line on these code enforcement cases, because the blight has overtaken the city for years. I just think the pressure to perform needs to be there.
Okay, that was you have some more? Go ahead, Mr. Kramer.
Chief White, you do make a compelling argument, and if we were talking about the old owner, I absolutely, totally agree with you. Again, we're not. To table this for 2 weeks and give her an opportunity to come up with some sort of a plan, or maybe come up with the conclusion that, oh Christ, we can't do anything with this. Let's give her that 2 weeks. What's it gonna hurt? You're still within your window to approve the demolition contract with the contractor. So I very much would like to see us table this. And that's all I had to say.
I went in the building after they kind of cleaned it up, and it's, in my opinion, and I'm not an expert, I'm not a structural engineer, I'm not a thing. I really don't see how they can fix this building up with a substantial remodel and a lot of structural improvements. This is a building that needs hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to save it. So obviously, we want to give the new owner a chance. And if they address the citations in a 2 or 3 weeks time frame, if they're willing to invest that kind of money in remodeling and upgrading that building, more power to them, because I wouldn't. So what do we have? We have 3 people that want to table it. So how do we do that, Mr.?
I think you just don't need to take any action.
No action. No action. Okay. All right. Looks like the new owner has probably 3 weeks to deal with this. Thank you very much. We appreciate your.
Well, hold on, Mr. Mayor. Do you intend to bring that back to council?
It all depends on what happens in the next few weeks.
If nothing happens, you'll bring this back.
Would you like to?
Yeah, you bring it back. If nothing
Yes.
happens, bring it back.
Yes, we will
Good,
bring it
because I'd
back.
like to hear it again.
All right, we'll go to item number 18. Mr. Alan Florence. Short item.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So I'll be brief on this, but we've been so MLI Associates, which Mr. Matt Patel is the sole owner, is an experienced hotel developer, and we've been talking to him for a while about a couple of project opportunities in the city. Most recently, we've been negotiating about developing a hotel at the former Pierce Field on approximately 2.5 acres of land. We have been able to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement with Mr. Patel. And so I can kind of go over a few of the points. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the agreement. One thing, taking a look at the map, so first of all, the proposed project would be a 75-room Fairfield Inn with a small conference center and possibly some other retail on the site. And just for context, this site is on the far northern part of the property that's owned by the city at the end of the former runway. And so the sale price for the property would be 305,000. The city would hold a note on, so there would be a $50,000 payment made, and then the city would hold a note on the rest. The way the agreement is structured is there'd be a number of deadlines. The first one being 14 months after closing to get all entitlements complete. 20 months after closing would be to begin construction, and then the total project would need to be complete within 3 years. And if each of those deadlines are met, the remaining payments on the note would be forgiven. And this is just a way to, this is kind of our first tangible project moving forward at the airport. So there is increased risk on the developer in taking that first step. We have a number of other things in process that we're excited about and will be coming forward soon. But anyway, that's the way that we had structured this deal that shows some commitment from Mr. Patel. And then the city will be installing infrastructure essentially to the site as we have intended with the other developable parcels there in the whole area. So I guess with that, I'll just try to address any questions that the council has. And then I know Mr. Patel is here on Zoom, so he may want to make some comments to the council as well.
David, you have any? Mr. Clark?
I do not.
Public hearing. And Mr. Patel, you might zoom in on this. Do we have any public comments on this item, Madam Clerk?
Go ahead, Mr. Patel, if you'd like to make some comments.
Thank you. No, good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, chief, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure working with Alan and the rest of the team over the last few months. Just to let you know that Marriott Committee has approved the site for Fairfield Inn. So this is part of the Marriott product. And, we're looking forward to developing and building that relationship with the city for a long term here. And I had multiple conversations with the different individuals, including Rachel and Mark King, who's also working with the financing, and then also construction. I've been working with the Bridges Construction. So most of the individuals I've been working with is all local. So intend to utilize most of the local trade out here, local individuals, and trying to support the community.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the public?
I received 2 emailed comments, Mr. Mayor, which I can read out loud if you wish.
Please do.
The first is from Sarah McNabb, who states, I've been living in this county all my life, and since the fires have started, there has been a major issue with housing. I've been looking for a 3-bedroom house apartment for about 4 years, seeing as I have 3 children, 10-year-old boy and 2 girls, 13, 4. And I've been stuck in a 2-bedroom in the Clearlake apartments for 14 years, which is falling apart. I can't find anything under 1,800, and more people keep moving here. So as a longtime resident, I don't think we need another hotel that's going to turn into a drug addict filled flop hotel. We need more housing like apartments, nice ones, or condos, something. There are a lot of family that are struggling or homeless because the lack of housing. Think about the community for once and not tourists, because we get those anyway. This town has turned into a miniature Oakland, or even worse, Detroit. Sorry for being so blunt, but it is the reality for the low income and the sad minimum wage pay we get around here. The second is from Wyatt Harris, who states, isn't 305,000 low for a 2.5 acre commercial property, especially when the city will probably spend more money on the promised new utilities, infrastructure, and roads to the site. Why isn't purchasing this property open to the public? And that concludes the emailed comments that I've received, and I don't see that there are any hands raised on Zoom.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council. Do you have any more discussion at the council level?
Bought this property, am I not correct? It's been for sale for
It's been
as long as I can
available for
remember.
way too long.
Yeah.
There is one point though that I forgot to mention that, so the existing parcel is 200 feet wide. The Fairfield plan requires 240-foot site. So there's some paper roads on both sides of that parcel. So the agreement envisions that we will abandon the right of way, and on one side, some of it will go to other city parcels, some will go to this property. He's agreed to go ahead and enter into the agreement with us while we're undertaking that, but our city engineer's already been working on that process, and there'll be a public hearing and whatnot that would come back and finalize that road abandonment. So I just wanted to make sure the council knew about that.
All right. Okay, one more.
Okay, so this is for the gentleman that was on his comment. Many cities give property for development. It's very common, and put the infrastructure in and everything when it's going to provide taxes and jobs and bring in people, especially hotels. So years ago, I said, give the property to anybody that will develop and give us jobs and bring in, you know, some money to our city so that we can develop our parks and stuff like that. This person's taking a big chance on the property. It may, you know, it's been sitting there for years, and it may end up being a failure for him. So we have to, you know, take the chance too, but we want to develop that. And this is the first step of, as far as I can see, is really getting interest in developing. When one person starts, then other entities start following in because they see something's going to happen. So I really do believe me, if I didn't think it was going to benefit our community, I would not approve this. But I think this is a good way to get that property started developed.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Kramer.
I completely concur with what Councilwoman Overton just said. I was going to say it myself, but she beat me to it. If you're ready to entertain a motion, I'm ready to make one.
I want to see if Mr. Claffey has any comments on this.
Well, I concur as well, and I will say I love the way the deal's structured. So great job to the city staff. I'm looking forward to seeing this come to fruition.
All right, very good. Can I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that council authorizes the city manager to execute the purchase and sale agreement with MLI Associates LLC for sale of property at 6356 Armejo Avenue in Clearlake.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Kramer, and we have a second by Councilwoman Overton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll move to item number 19. I guess this is Mr. Dave Swart's item.
Mr. Schwartz is going to start, and then I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. It's with great pleasure, we get to have another Measure V project as scheduled on schedule we provided and have been working off of for about 3 years now. This Measure V project consists of streets of what we call Alveda North and Alveda South, Howard, Gulf, Mullen, and Acacia. What you see before you is been broken out because into a couple of bid additive alternates, and logistically the reason was, which Alan will cover, is not knowing where the Measure V funds were going to come in at. So what we did is we created a base bid project of what we were confident that we'd have funding for, and then we broke the other streets out as bid additive alternates, and that was just for financing purposes. Now I'll cover that. These roads are obviously in pretty poor shape. The construction includes new asphalt concrete. Where appropriate, we'll put rolled concrete, curb and gutter, and where appropriate, we'll put AC dike. It also includes a lot of storm drain improvements to take care of a lot of the localized flooding. In particular, if approved tonight, Mullins is a big one for storm drain, a lot of storm drain pipe and that. The other ones are pretty minor. And the other thing I'd like to bring forth is that this Measure V project was a catalyst for helping Highlands Water Company move forward with the substantial water line improvements in these areas due to an ordinance that the city passed about 1.5 years ago, which said if you have a leak in our street, you got to pave the street. Well, they don't like that. So that ordinance, along with our projects now, we're getting a lot of new water lines, water services, and enhanced water service for that matter with fire hydrants and stuff. Be happy to entertain any questions about the technical aspects of the project.
Do we have any questions from?
So just to clarify, Highlands Water will be replacing some, or is in the process now replacing water lines in those streets?
They're opening bids tomorrow.
And that'll happen, can happen quickly ahead of.
In front of us, yes.
Okay.
Just to follow up, any other utilities that would be impacted by this project that would need to be updated?
Not to my knowledge, we've coordinated with special districts. We send our plans and specs down. We have joint utility meetings with all parties involved, and Highlands was the one that wanted to take care of it.
All right. Councilman Claffey, any comments?
No.
All right.
So can I make some comments,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? So Granite Construction was the low bidder. And, Mr. Schwartz mentioned the additive alternate. So we don't have quite enough funding in Measure V to do the whole $2 million project. And so there's really two options. The council could decide to just award a smaller project and use the funds that we have now. What staff's actually recommending, since the project all this has been designed and it's ready to go, that we go ahead and do an internal loan from some of our other projects, complete everything this year, and then we will use Measure V revenues from next year in order to pay that loan back to the city. And I guess we've changed the numbers a couple times. I don't know if you want to speak, Chief White. You were working on them last, so I don't want to misspeak. But what we're recommending is that we go ahead and make a budget adjustment for the project amount and up to the maximum 10% change order amount, so that all that's covered. And then, of course, if we don't need the money, then we won't spend it. Did you want to address the numbers real quick, Chief?
Sure. So conservatively estimating the loan could be up to 1.2 million. The impact would be in fiscal year 22-23. For Measure V, removing our estimated operating cost, you would have about between 400 to 450,000 for projects that year. One thing to mention is Public Works is doing a huge amount of projects. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of pushback to slow down a little bit then. And the reality is, with the pace of work and everything else, you probably wouldn't otherwise know, because projects are going to continue going on. So I think from a financial perspective, if you choose to do the loan, it's a low risk. It's just basically pushing stuff ahead. And we have, from a cash flow perspective, we're fortunate to have funding to be able to do this sort of thing. Thank you.
Yeah, and the funding that we're recommending adjusting would be Series A funding that in our recent budget we set aside for the Highlands Park project, which we're hoping that we'll get awarded the grant this year, but construction isn't likely to happen within this fiscal year anyway. So, it shouldn't slow down anything else. And we'll still be able to get some Measure V projects done next year, no doubt. There still will be funding there. We are currently thinking about expanding the chip seal program to do maybe twice as much or something as we did even this year, which is a low cost. And so, with the sports complex, infrastructure at the airport, we have a second MODOC project next year, and then South Center Drive and Dam Road Extension. So there's still going to be a ton of projects happening next year, even if we kind of do spend a little bit less of Measure V dollars than we are this year.
All right.
So, and what you would be requesting to move funds from would be what's covered in item number 20.
Yeah, that action would be the next item. We just wanted to make sure that if you decide that you want to not take that option, just say award the base bid, that we kind of had this discussion all together.
All right. Have to open it to the public, I guess. Do we have any comments from the public on this?
There are no comments from the public,
Okay.
no hands raised on the Zoom. There's no attendees.
We'll bring it back to the council. Mr. Claffey, Councilman Claffey, any comments?
No, like the plan.
Okay, very good. Do I entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Granite Construction for construction of the 2021 Measure V pavement rehabilitation project base and the additive alternatives for the total amount of $2,223,121.50, and authorize the city manager to approve up to 10% for additional unforeseen contract amendments.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Purdock and second by Councilman Kramer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item number 20. Chief White, this is.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again. This item is to accomplish two things. It's a amendment to the 2021-22 budget. The first item is basically to appropriate the unspent portion of the Caltrans Local Road Safety Plan grant. And basically it's coming out of existing funding, so there's no negative impact to the budget. The second portion of it is to do what we just talked about, and just a background on why there's a change in the numbers is, as you heard earlier with the audit, we're still adjusting things to figure out the amounts. But as I mentioned to you, the loan could be up to 1.2 million roughly between the two funds. But I believe there's sufficient cash flow to cover doing that. And you have the option. Well, it sounds like from your prior vote that your intention is to go ahead and do that. So I think we're safe to let that happen. We did pass out, we had to amend the resolution that was included in the agenda to make a correction on the movement of money. It's more of an accounting thing, but that's been passed out to you. And just in the transparency, it's basically just showing that there's a transfer out from Measure V of 1.786551, and that's going to the Capital Projects Fund as a transfer in. And then basically on the back end, we'll do a loan for whatever amounts there once the dust settles on what the actual fund balance is, because we don't have a hard number on that. It's an estimate at this point based upon estimated tax revenues.
All right. Do we have any questions for staff? If not, we'll open the public hearing. We have any comments from the public? Madam Clerk?
We don't have any attendees on our Zoom meeting, and I've not received any emails regarding this item.
All right. Any more comments from the council? We'll bring it back to the council. If not, I entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we approve resolution number 2021-37, adoption of the First Amendment to the fiscal year 2021-22 budget resolution number 2021-33, appropriating revenue from the Caltrans Local Roadway Safety Plan grant and the 2021 Measure V projects.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Kramer and a second by Vice Mayor Purdock. All in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll move on to our next item, which is item number 21. Me too. All right. Item 21, Mr. Alan Flora. Sure.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So as you know, we've been negotiating with all of the city's bargaining groups. We've reached tentative agreements with all of them that we feel is both physically responsible and respects the hard and dedicated work of our employees. The first one before you is the Clearlake Miscellaneous Employees Association. So the key deal points are a one-year agreement with a 3% cost of living adjustment, a $2,000 one-time payment in recognition of their hard work and dedication to the city. Additional 1% salary adjustment in lieu of various other adjustments within the MOU, removing or reducing other compensation. There is language in all these agreements, which is an agreement to meet and confer regarding additional compensation that can be converted into base pay. There's also some adjustments in this one related to uniform regulations. The final thing that I wanted to point out is you should have a hard copy. There was one section under sick leave that was inadvertently deleted. And so that reflects that section 9.1 being back, remaining in the agreement. And the previous section 9.2 is removed, and that's what's related to the 1% salary adjustment. So I will be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Okay, we have any question for staff?
9.2 is.
9.1 remains, 9.2 is removed, yes.
Okay. No question from staff. We open the public hearing. Any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
There are no hands raised in the Zoom or attendees, and I've not received any emailed comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Any more discussions? If not, I entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to present the adopt the memorandum of understanding between the city of Clearlake and the city miscellaneous employee association, and authorize the city manager to sign.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilwoman Overton. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second by Vice Mayor Purdock. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, how about a small little break? Yeah, 5-minute break.
Okay, sounds good.
5-minute break.
Make it quick.
Huh? All right, we go back in session here. We go to item number 22. Consideration of a memorandum of understanding between the city of Clear Lake and the Clear Lake Police Officers Association. Period 2021 to 2022.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Alfaro.
Yes, so the key points on this agreement, 1-year agreement with 3% cost of living adjustment, $1,500 one-time payment in recognition of employees' hard work and dedication to the city, a 6% salary adjustment in lieu of various adjustments to the MOU, removing or reducing other compensation. And then again, the agreement to meet and confer regarding additional compensation that can be converted into base pay. With that, I'll try to address any questions the council has.
Okay, we have any questions from council?
No questions?
No questions.
No, no question.
Councilman Claffey, any comments?
No questions.
Okay, very good. Open to the public. Any comments from the public?
There are no attendees on the Zoom, and I have not received any emailed comments.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council. Any more discussion? We'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt memorandum of understanding between the city of Clear Lake and the Clear Lake Police Officers Association and authorize the city manager to sign it.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Kramer and a second by Vice Mayor Purdock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, move right along to item number 23. Mr. Allen Florida.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So this agreement is with the Clear Lake Middle Management Association. So the key deal points, in this case, a 2-year agreement with a 3% cost of living adjustment each year, $1,500 one-time payment in recognition of the employee's hard work and dedication to the city, and a 9% salary adjustment in lieu of various other adjustments within the MOU, removing or reducing other compensation. And then finally, the agreement to meet and confer regarding additional compensation that can be converted to base pay over the next year. With that, I'll address any questions that council has.
All right, we have any questions from staff? If not, go ahead.
So these, the salary adjustments are, that's where you're taking away from some things and just adding it into their base pay, am I correct?
In this case, yeah, so the cost of living adjustment to 3% is all additional.
Right.
The 9% in this case is taking incentives that the employees already receive and taking that funding and converting it into base pay.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilman Claffey, you have any questions?
No questions.
All right, welcome to the public. Any comments from the public, Madam Clerk?
There are no attendees on the Zoom, and I have not received any emailed comments on this item.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Any more questions? If not, I entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt memorandum of understanding between the city of Clear Lake and the Clear Lake Middle Management Association. Authorize the city manager to sign.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Purdock and a second by Councilwoman Overton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're moving on item to number 24. Mr. Allen Flora.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So the employees of the city that are unrepresented and not in one of the other 3 groups, most of the benefits are outlined by the city's management benefit plan. In that plan, it states that management employees shall receive a salary adjustment each July 1st based on the March to March All Urban Cities Consumer Price Index, based on the labor market and then the financial condition of the city. And so the March 2020 to March 21 CPI was 2.6%. And so that's what we're recommending the council approve for those employees. And I just wanted to point out, I'm sure most of you are watching the economic situation, and inflation is really ramping up. Just as a little bit of a perspective, April year over year was 4.9%. May was 5%, and I'm not sure if I recall the June numbers, but I think they're even higher yet than 5%. So anyway, with that, I'll try to address any questions that the council.
Do you have any questions from staff?
No.
Nope. Councilman Claffey, anything?
No questions.
All right, well, I'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the public, Madam Clerk?
There are no comments from the public, and I've not received any emailed comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. If there's no further questions, I entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to adopt CPI adjustments for the management employees per the management benefit plan.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilwoman Overton and a second by Councilman Kramer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving right along here. Actually, I want to make one little comment at this point. We just adopted 4 memorandums of understanding and having to do with the salaries of our employees of the city. And I'm very proud that we're the highest payer in the county. That's been my goal and we accomplished that. So thank you very much. All right, designation item number 25. Madam Clerk.
Honorable Mayor and council members, the League of California Cities Annual Conference this year is scheduled for September 22nd through the 24th. And the conference is planning to be held in person in Sacramento. And at this meeting, the league membership considers and takes action on resolutions that establish league policy. In order to vote at the annual business meeting, each year the city council must designate a voting delegate and can appoint then up to 2 alternates in addition to that delegate. All council members are planning to attend the conference. And although we've not received information on the issues coming up for a vote yet, it is appropriate for the council to designate a voting delegate and up to 2 alternates at this time.
Any comments or any ideas? If I want to address something, I think Councilwoman Overton has been a long time representative, so I think she would be as the voting delegate. And is there anybody that wants to be an alternate?
I've been alternate. I'm willing to continue in that.
Please do so.
Councilwoman Overton.
We'll let you. We'll let you. Okay. All right.
Open to everybody to go to the, meeting.
And I plan on attending, and I was the designate before Councilwoman Overton, so.
All right, it's good to see everybody there and going there, so that's kind of cool. All right, I guess we have to open this to a public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public on this item?
There are no public comments on this item, and I've not received any emailed comments.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council. So can I have a recommendation? A motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would recommend Councilwoman Overton as our voting member and Councilmember Purdock and Kramer as our alternates.
Right. Can I have a second on that?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Claffey and a second by Vice Mayor Purdock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interrupt really quick. So on the POA agreement that you just approved, Chief White just noticed in his thoroughness that for some reason, the detective is missing from the list of special assignments. And so the city attorney said that if you're all okay with making a note of adding that back in, that's okay. If you want to have some further discussion about whether to do that or not, then we would have to take an action to reconsider the item. But
so how can we do that, Mr.?
I based on, if you're in concurrence of what the city manager said, and that was fine, and that'd be part of your motion, then we don't need to reconsider it. If you don't want that, then we should probably vote again to reconsider and pull it out of it.
Mr. Mayor, it was my understanding that that was already in.
So was it mine?
It's just a clerical error,
right,
but
I mean, it's an
through.
assignment that we've had. Yeah.
Mr. Claffey, you're okay with that?
I am.
Okay, very good. So you have your. Okay, we'll go to city manager and council reports.
Okay, I have a few items. So we received just over 1.8 million in federal funding today through the ARPA program, which we'll be using for infrastructure. So glad to see that come in. And The other half of that funding we should receive in, I believe, May of next year. So it will still be in this fiscal year.
That's the CARE Act.
Well, it's the American Rescue, I forget exactly the Plan Act or something. We had a bid opening for the Sulphur Fire Road Rehabilitation Project today. Bids came in unexpectedly low. The low bid being just over 6.4 million. So that's great. Granite Construction was the low bidder, who was also the contractor that'll be doing the Measure V project. So I think the timing for all those projects is going to work out great. Now the problem we have is we just have to figure out some way to spend an additional 5 million, because
That's not a problem.
the bids were much lower than we expected, and so
Sounds a good problem to have.
yeah, we'll take it. Well, there's a lot of limits on the use of those funds in that program. There has to be a tie back to the 2017 disaster and whatnot. So we've been kicking around a few ideas. We'll have to consult with HCD. Obviously, we don't want to do anything that delays the current project we have in front of us.
That is correct.
But I'm sure we'll figure out some way. We definitely don't want to let the money go back.
Whining and complaining.
We are in the process of listing 23 properties in the city that are owned and available for low density residential development. To get the word out on those, we're also finally really rolling out the homestead program, and so those properties will be listed with a price. If someone comes forward through the homestead program and likes that property, we will still give it to them if they qualify. It's been a little while since we talked about cannabis permits, but as you know, there were a number of the previously issued permits that there's not much activity. We issued letters to all of the permit holders, I believe it was in March, and informed them that if they did not take steps to activate their permit and get their business going by July 1st, that they would be revoked. It looks like we're doing some final checking, but it looks like that there's going to be 5 of the permits that we're going to go ahead and revoke for inactivity. I did want to, I think most of you are aware, but congratulate Chief White for his appointment to the State 911 Committee. So it's great to have him representing Clearlake and other rural communities. I'm sure he's going to be a big asset. Sort of in random order here, but you know, some pretty positive news. Preliminary returns from CalPERS over the last year brought their returns in at 21.3%, which obviously is higher than the assumed.
Say that again?
The preliminary returns for CalPERS fund, it was 21.3%, of course, which is much above the 7% assumed rate of return. In fact, it was so large that it's going to trigger some additional changes, which is going to, bless you, actually reduce the discount rate from 7% down to 6.8% in the future, which is going to drive up our costs because of that. But anyway, it's good. Last year they didn't meet the assumed rate. I don't remember what the number was. I think it was 6 something. But you know, and that return will be smoothed over a 5-year period. But anyway, overall, good to see that. We're continuing to monitor the boat ramps at Redbud Park. We have a gauge out there. We have additional marking to show the end of the concrete ramps, and signage letting folks know that it could be dangerous to launch, and they're doing so at their own risk. But it is continuing to be used. The county is reporting that they're expecting the lake level to drop between 2 and 2.5 feet from where we are now before the end of the summer. So it's very possible that some or all of the ramps at Redbud Park will not be usable. Just for a little bit of context, there's the ramps are kind of, I guess, probably depending on when they were constructed, are a little bit different length. And so we're in pretty good shape, similar to some of the ramps at Library Park in Lakeport, and I think Lakeside Park over by Kelseyville. But there is one of the boat ramps at Library Park in Lakeport that is a couple of feet longer than what we have. So it's possible that they will be the only great access. I mean, and there's still going to be issues with that one.
Can we pour something?
Yeah,
quickly?
yeah.
Serious question.
Yeah, it's a serious question.
Have you heard of the Army Corps of Engineers before?
Well, you can pour concrete in water.
Yeah, it takes a lot of permits and multiple years to do so. So I wanted to mention that we've been asked by the Adventist Health and Hope Center to be the grant recipient for a home key grant for some additional improvements at the Hope Center. They initially received funding for that project with the county being the grant recipient. For whatever reason, they apparently have decided not to participate in that role anymore. And so they asked us if we would step in and do that. And so we said, of course we would. So working with that team on bringing curb gutter and sidewalk improvements and a solar microgrid and other backup power as part of that project to the Hope Center. The Starbucks project's going well, as I'm sure you've realized. The developer is trying to finalize the plans for phase 2 of that. We had an administrative use permit hearing for the stealth cell tower that's going to be part of the pylon sign that'll be installed there. So that was approved today. And so they will be moving forward with their building permits on that. And then they acquired additional property at the site. So we're expecting a phase 3 to follow that development. Just a couple other things. Sorry, I have a lot of stuff. Clearlake Waste Solutions notified us yesterday that they're being bought out by a larger waste hauler. And, they won't go into all the details now. They believe that it's going to be a good transition for all. Bruce McCracken is going to be hired by this group and remain on the team, which gives me a lot of relief that we'll still continue to have great service. There is going to be an action that's required by the council. We're planning on taking that on August 5th. But anyway, wanted to let you know about that. I'm going to be attending the ICMA, it's International City Managers Association Conference in October. I've been asked to speak as a panelist. Discussion entitled "A Tale of Two Cities Attracting Retail in Small and Rural Communities" with a town manager from Warrington, Virginia. So looking forward to that opportunity. And then one final thing, this is kind of more of a future agenda item, I guess, but because of the census, there's a number of redistricting decisions that are going to need to be made. The state has a redistricting commission. They're kind of starting their public outreach related to this. And that's going to be continuing through the end of the year. There will be a community meeting towards the end of August for our sort of zone in the state. But I wanted to bring up and see if the council was interested in actively lobbying to rejoin Congressman Thompson's district. Since the last redistricting, Lake County has been split between Congressman Thompson and Congressman DeGaramendi. We get very little representation from Congressman Garamendi, and I think there's certainly an interest from Congressman Thompson's office to represent us again. And so I just kind of wanted to gauge the council and see if there's interest in possibly actively requesting that type of thing from the council. as part of this process. And if that's the case, then we'll probably come back with another item that, talks a little bit more about the options for doing so.
I definitely agree with that.
Okay, that's my report.
Councilman Kramer, anything to
I
report
have
on?
Very little to report on. All meetings that I normally would attend were because of the holiday. I think were probably canceled. I have been attending Blue Zone Planning Committee meetings, but I assume that that Vice Mayor Purdock is going to give you a report on that, so I'm not going to have anything to say on that other than Monday. No, I'm going to let you go with that. So that's all I have.
Councilman Overton. Councilman Claffey, you have anything to report on?
I attended the PEG TV meeting, which no real action items from that. Just good to see that team moving forward. I just wanted to make a comment about the 4th of July and the incredible job the staff did, the police department, Public Works. Of course, the Lions every year put on a great event. And I was there for the parade, and I stayed for Mr. Rich, and it was just a superb event all around. So kudos to all of you. Thank you for the number of folks that I met that were from out of town or were from Lake County that came here and just had a blast. It's a great reputation builder for our area, and I think y'all did wonderful. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Purdock.
Well done, David. You stole my thunder. I was waiting for I was going to get the chance to just hear my accolades. Yeah, I just would like to echo Councilmember Claffey's comments. What a great presentation. I think we've turned the corner. We're on our way making our ascent. There are wonderful things happening down here. It was great to hear a concert in the park. Been working for 6 years to get a bandstand over there, and it was very disappointing with COVID not to be able to really celebrate and bring that in. Kudos again to Lions Club. Another great event. Anyway, great fireworks show. And thanks to all the sponsors that donated, including individuals and many of us here in this room for donating to the fireworks. So it was a great show. As Councilman Kramer pointed out, Blue Zones Initiative is a community based grassroots initiative to try to improve the health and wealth of Lake County and Clearlake in particular, help our youth, help our seniors. And the team is coming into Lake County on Monday, July 26th. They will remain on site till the 30th, wanting to meet with as many as they can. If you can, please contact me or go to the Blue Zone site, and you can register to be a participant so your voice can be heard. And again, if you have any questions, please contact me. I'd be happy to share.
All right. Mr. Kramer has a do-over?
No.
Okay. Couple of things. I thought the concert was just awesome. I've never seen so many people in the park happy. They were parked out there from the morning on. It was kudos to all of the city staff. That was just awesome. I was so happy to see this. I was really hooked about it. And also I want to congratulate Chief White on his appointment on the 9/11 committee. That's an honor, and they couldn't have picked a better person for that. All right. Future agenda items. Got anybody, anything? If not, we adjourn and go to closed sessions.
Yeah.